As you guys probably know, I have been very, very busy with grad school and work and YouTube, and I also just live in a very noisy apartment where it's really hard to film. So making these compilation videos is great because I can just edit it. I don't have to actually find a really long time to film. So definitely we'll have tons of newly filmed videos, but it does kind of help me out to make a compilation from time to time. So I thought this would be fun to do a super long, very random facts video. All of these facts are from the blue fact book that I use. So they will all be that style with a bunch of different random fact categories, and I hope that you enjoy that, and let me know if you want to see any other like compilation videos of any kind from videos that I've made. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoy. Editing this made me realize how much I have changed over the years, because this is made from like the past year and a half or 2 years of videos, so I've definitely changed. But yeah, I hope that you enjoy, and let's get started with the facts. We're going to be starting with facts about dogs and cats. There are about 450 different breeds of domestic dogs. Cats were first kept as pets in the Middle East about 4,000 years ago. An average-sized dog's mouth can exert up to 200 pounds of pressure per square inch. Larger breeds can exert up to 400 pounds per square inch. Just like human fingerprints, the ridged pattern on every cat's nose is unique. The same is true of dogs' noses. A breed of dog known as the loon has 6 toes and can close its ears. Calico cats are almost always female. There are more than 100 different domestic cat breeds. Dogs are the only mammals other than humans that have walked to the North and South Poles. The largest breed of domesticated cat is the ragdoll. Males can weigh up to 20 pounds and females up to 15 pounds. The world's smallest dog breed is the Chihuahua, named after the Mexican state. The Manx cat originated in Isle of Man. The Manx's lack of tail is caused by a gene mutation. One of the largest domestic dog breeds, the St. Bernard, was bred by monks at the St. Bernard Hospice in the Swiss Alps. It was a well-known mountain rescue dog. Moscow, Russia has a museum dedicated to cats. Basset hounds can't swim well, but are quite adorable. 3 dogs survived the sinking of the Titanic: a Newfoundland, a Pomeranian, and a Pekingese. In Paris, France, there are more dogs than people. The Basenji is an African hunting dog that washes itself like a cat and yodels and chortles, although it does not naturally know how to bark. There are more than 500 million domestic cats in the world. The Scottish fold is the only cat breed whose ears fold down toward the front of the head. Scottish folds are born with straight ears, but they begin folding forward within 3 weeks. Dogs demonstrate incredible butterflies spend most of their time eating to store enough energy to transform into their adult shape. Caterpillars shed their skin 5 times as they grow. After 2 weeks, a caterpillar finds a suitable plant stem and grips onto it with its hind legs. Once attached to the twig, the caterpillar will shed its skin again, this time to reveal a bright green protective shell called a chrysalis. Inside the chrysalis, or pupa, the caterpillar completes its metamorphosis to transform itself from larva to adult. The process takes about 10 days. After an adult butterfly emerges from the chrysalis, it must stretch its wings and let them dry out before flying for the first time. There are approximately 20,000 known species of butterflies. Millions of monarch butterflies fly south each winter, traveling up to 2,800 miles from Canada and the eastern United States to Mexico and California. A migrating monarch butterfly can flap its wings up to 2,000 times per minute. The monarch butterfly is foul-tasting and poisonous due to the toxic chemicals it ingests when feeding on milkweed during the caterpillar stage. The viceroy butterfly, which looks like a small monarch, is even more unpleasant tasting. Before monarch and queen butterflies became beautiful winged creatures, they're less than adorable caterpillars that often eat the eggs of their own species. A group of caterpillars is called an army. Butterflies have 4 wings. Most butterflies rest with their wings folded together above their bodies. Glasswing butterflies have see-through wings. The Queen Alexandra's bird wing is the largest butterfly, with a wingspan of up to 11 inches. Next, we are going to do facts about caves. According to the National Cave and Karst Research Institute, caves are naturally occurring hollow spaces in the ground. They are large enough for a person to enter and have multiple rooms or passageways to explore. Speleology refers to the scientific study and exploration of caves. Spelunking, however, refers to the recreational pastime of exploring cave systems. This is also called caving or potholing in the United Kingdom. There are several different types of cave, each formed by different natural processes. Lava tubes are formed through volcanic activity. As lava flows down the flanks of volcanoes, the surface of the lava flow where the molten rock meets the air cools and hardens first. These sections insulate the lava flowing inside them. When the eruption stops, a hollow tube is left behind. Sometimes the last remaining bits of lava create stalactites and stalagmites. Just off the southern coast of South Korea, the multicolored carbonate spelothiums of the lava tube cave system in Jeju Volcanic Island attracts many tourists. The air route from Seoul to Jeju Island served over 11 million passengers in 2015. Sea caves occur on nearly every cliffed coast or coasts where wave known example of an Aeolian cave is Mesa Verde National Park in Colorado. The homes inside the cave were built by the ancestral Pueblo people. Glacier caves are created in glaciers because of melting ice and flowing water. The caves tend to be unstable as their shapes and forms change from year to year. Ice caves are different from glacial caves. Ice caves are rock caves that have permanent ice deposits. Solution caves are the most common type of cave. They form in karst, a type of landscape made from soluble rocks like carbonate limestone, dolomite, or marble, or evaporite, gypsum, anhydrite, or halite. Rainwater collects carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and soil and forms a weak carbonic acid. The acid seeps through fractures in the ground and dissolves the surrounding rock. Over time, the cracks become large enough to form caves. Cave formations are called speleogens and speleothems. Speleogens are created during the formation of the cave. Speleothems are formed later by mineral deposits. Stalactites are icicle-shaped deposits that grow downward from a cave's ceiling. Stalagmites are similar but grow upward from the floor. Stalactites and stalagmites will occasionally connect, forming columns. Flowstones are sheet-like deposits from which water flows down the walls or along the floors of a cave. Mammoth Cave in Kentucky is the world's largest network of caverns. There are more than 350 miles of underground passages on 5 different levels. New caves and passageways are still being discovered. Cave of the Crystals is a cave of large selenite crystals underneath the Sierra de Nica mountain in Chihuahua, Mexico. It was discovered by brothers Juan and Pedro Sanchez. The largest of the cave's crystals is over 37 feet long. In 2018, 12 members of the Wild Boars soccer team and their 25-year-old assistant coach became trapped in Thailand's Tham Luang Nang Non cave. Soon after they entered, heavy rainfall began to flood the cave system, blocking the exit. Monsoons were not expected to start for another month. The boys and their coach were eventually rescued by cave divers. Fun fact about that is that my dad has a helicopter company that sells medical interiors of helicopters, and he sold interiors to the Royal Thai Police, and it was his interiors in the helicopters that picked up the boys and took them to the hospital. We're now going to do some facts about volcanoes to go with those. There are some 1,900 active volcanoes on Earth. The Ring of Fire is a seismically active belt of volcanoes and tectonic plate boundaries that stretches 24,900 miles around the Pacific Ocean. About 75% of the world's volcanoes occur within the Ring of Fire. The word volcano comes from the name Vulcan, the Roman god of fire. persistent cold caused by the eruption on the other side of the world. All told, the Mount Tambora eruption claimed more than 70,000 lives. Icelandic eruptions are the mildest type and consist of a flow of lava from long fissures or cracks in the ground. Some lavas are liquid enough to flow downhill at 35 miles per hour. Others move at the rate of only inches per day. The speed depends on the temperature and composition of the lava. Since 1983, the Hawaiian volcano Mount Kilauea has been in almost continual eruption, producing rivers of lava that flow to the sea 30 miles away. The great clouds of ash from the 1980 eruption of Mount St. Helens drifted into Idaho and increased crop yields by an average of 30% throughout the 1980s. When the top of a volcano collapses, a pit called a caldera is formed. When the volcano Krakatau in Indonesia erupted in 1883, people in China, 3,000 miles away, heard the sound. Mars is home to the largest volcano in the solar system, Olympus Mons. It is roughly 3 times the height of Mount Everest and covers an area nearly the size of Arizona. By 60 years of age, 60% of men and 40% of women will snore. While snores average around 60 decibels, the noise level of normal speech, they can reach more than 80 decibels. 80 decibels is as loud as the sound of a pneumatic drill breaking up concrete, and noise levels over 85 decibels are considered hazardous to the human ear, otherwise known as my dad's snoring. Snoring can be a sign of sleep apnea, a life-threatening sleep disorder. As many as 10% of people who snore have sleep apnea. Sleep apnea can cause people to stop breathing as many as 300 times every night and can lead to a stroke or a heart attack. The longest time a human being has gone without sleep is 11 days and 25 minutes. The world record was set by American 17-year-old Randy Gardner in 1963. On average, humans sleep 3 hours less per night than other primates. Chimps, rhesus monkeys, and baboons sleep 10 hours per night. When we sleep, we drift between rapid eye movement sleep and non-REM sleep in alternating 90-minute cycles. Non-REM sleep starts with drowsiness and proceeds to deeper sleep, during which it's harder to be awakened. During REM sleep, our heart rates increase, our breathing becomes irregular, our muscles relax, and our eyes move rapidly beneath our eyelids. REM sleep was initially discovered years before the first studies that monitored brain waves overnight were conducted in 1953. Those scientists didn't understand its significance at first. Studies have shown that our bodies experience diminished capacity after we've been awake for just 17 hours. We behave as if we are legally babies cause between 400 and 750 hours of sleep loss for parents. A newborn 0 to 3 months needs 16 and a half hours of sleep every day. Infants age 4 to 11 months need about 12 to 15 hours of sleep per day. Toddlers 1 to 2 years need 11 to 14 hours of sleep. Preschoolers age 3 to 5 need 10 to 13 hours, and the average adult needs 7 to 9 hours of sleep per day. Some adults, called short sleepers, naturally require less than 6 hours of sleep at night. At the other extreme are long sleepers who need 9 or more hours of sleep per night. There is no evidence that seniors need less sleep than younger adults. If you average 8 hours of sleep a night, you'll have slept for more than 100,000 hours by the time you're 35. I always think it's crazy that, like, if you sleep 8 hours a night, you are sleeping for a third of your life, which means, like, I'm 24. I have slept for 8 years of my life. Isn't that crazy to think about? During sleep, the body manufactures a hormone that prevents movement, which is why you don't actually act out your dreams. At least 10% of people sleepwalk at least once in their life. Men are more likely to sleepwalk than women. Sleepwalking occurs most commonly in middle childhood and pre-adolescence, and it often lasts into adulthood. When we sleep, our bodies cool down. Body temperature and sleep are closely related. Most people sleep best in moderate temperatures. Caffeine can overcome drowsiness, but it actually takes about 30 minutes before its effects kick in, and they are only temporary. Our eventual need for sleep is due in part to 2 substances the body produces, adenosine and melatonin. While we're awake, the level of adenosine in the body continues to rise, signaling a shift towards sleep. While we sleep, the body breaks down adenosine. When it gets dark, the body releases the hormone melatonin, which prepares the brain and body for sleep and helps us feel drowsy. Most people average about 4 dreams per night, each lasting roughly 20 minutes. People reaching 80 years old will have had approximately 131,400 dreams in their lifetime. Most people take about 6 seconds to yawn. If you see someone yawn, there's a 55% chance you'll also yawn within 5 minutes. There's a 65% chance you'll start yawning soon just because you've been reading about yawning. I actually kind of feel a yawn coming on. Let me know if you do too. A study from 2003 found that 18% of people surveyed never or rarely dreamed in color. In 1942, as many as 71% never or rarely dreamed in color. Brain waves are actually more active during dreams than they are when a person is awake. Very interesting. Our next facts are going to be about animals, and today we have spider facts. Facts about spiders. Spiders are first flight is called ballooning. Some young spiderlings have been seen ballooning at altitudes of 10,000 feet. Studies have shown that jumping spiders can solve simple 3D puzzles. Jumping spiders also learn the behavior patterns of other spiders in order to capture them. The fisher or raft spider can walk on water. When it detects prey, insects, or tiny fish under the surface, it can quickly dive to capture its dinner. Male spiders are almost always smaller than the females and are often much more colorful. It is estimated that up to 1 million spiders live in 1 acre of land. In the tropics, that number might be closer to 3 million. Some spiders live underwater all of their lives. They surface to collect a bubble of air, which acts as an underwater lung. Male spiders are unique among all animals in having a secondary copulatory organ. While most spiders live for a year or two, certain tarantulas can live for 20 years or longer. Spiders eat more insects than birds and bats combined. Some species of spiders have evolved to mimic ants in appearance and pheromones, which they use to prey on the ants. The body of a typical spider has approximately 600 silk glands. Spider silk is more flexible than nylon, and in some cases stronger than steel and Kevlar. All spiders secrete silk from their abdomens. Tarantulas can also shoot silk from their feet. Most spiders are nearsighted. To compensate, they rely on their body hair to feel their way around and to detect nearby animals. While most spiders have 8 eyes, some have fewer, though always an even number. The world's most venomous spider is the male Sydney funnel-web spider, Atrax robustus. The female is far less dangerous, being 4 to 6 times less effective than the male. The black widow is North America's most venomous spider. Pretty cool. Trying to see if I already did the category before this. I don't remember if I did these amphibian facts, but I guess I'll do them. I don't know if I've done them before. Amphibians live both on land and in water. Amphibian comes from a Greek term meaning double life. Amphibians include frogs and toads, salamanders and newts, and worm-like caecilians. The largest caecilians grow more than 5 feet in length. Axolotls are rare amphibians that live in Central American lakes. All amphibians have gills, some only as larvae, and others for their entire lives. The largest amphibian in the world is the Chinese giant salamander, which can grow up to 6 feet long. The world's smallest amphibian is the Paedophyrn ammonensis, a frog from Papua New Guinea measuring just 0.3 inches in length. Amphibians are found everywhere in the salamanders can regrow entire limbs and regenerate parts of major organs. At about 4 weeks old, tadpoles get a bunch of very tiny teeth, which help them turn their food into mushy, oxygenated particles. Frogs swallow their food whole. The size of what they can eat is determined by the size of their mouth and their stomach. While swallowing, a frog's eyeballs retreat into its head, applying pressure that helps push food down its throat. Some frogs glow after eating fireflies. When frogs aren't near water, they will often secrete mucus to keep their skin moist. Lovely. Love that. Okay, next is facts about planet Earth, and we are going to be doing South America facts. South America is home to the Andes, the world's longest continental mountain range. At 4,700 miles in length, the Andes span 7 countries. South America has 12 independent countries. 2 territories in South America are still administered by European powers. French Guiana is France and the Falkland Islands of the United Kingdom. Easter Island, a Chilean territory, is some 2,300 miles from the coast of South America. Brazil is the largest country in South America and in the southern hemisphere, with a total of 3,287,957 square miles. Colombia has coastline on both the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans. The Galapagos, a volcanic chain of islands belonging to Ecuador, is home to the world's only marine iguanas. Suriname is the smallest country in South America. Both North and South America are named after Italian explorer Amerigo Vespucci. Guyana has up to 300 species of catfish. That's a lot of catfish. Ecuador is the most densely populated country in South America, with 135 people per square mile. The Pantanal region of South America is the world's largest freshwater wetland. It is almost 10 times the size of the Florida Everglades. The potato originates in South America. The Amazon River runs through South America and is surrounded by the world's largest rainforest. The world's highest gas pipeline tops out at over 16,077 feet in the Peruvian Andes. The world's largest river basin is that drained by the Amazon. The Andean condor has a wingspan of up to 10 feet 10 inches, one of the largest wingspans of any bird. La Paz, Bolivia has the world's highest administrative capital at 11,942 feet above sea level. The Incas were the largest group of indigenous people in South America. The Incan Empire lasted from 1438 until 1533. Brazil's men's soccer team boasts the most World Cup wins Falls is the world's highest waterfall. The main free-falling segment is almost 20 times higher than Niagara Falls. Argentina and Chile share South America's largest island, Tierra del Fuego. The southernmost city in the world is Ushuaia, located on the Argentinian part of the Tierra del Fuego. Brazil is the most populous South American country. Overlooking Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, stands a colossal statue of Jesus Christ called Christ the Redeemer, the world's largest Art Deco style sculpture. Suriname is the least populous South American country. Chile is a narrow strip on the southwestern edge of South America. Built by an Inca ruler between 1460 and 1470, Machu Picchu reveals the Inca's skills as stonemasons. The Atacama Desert in Chile is the world's driest non-polar desert. Parts of the central desert area regularly go without rain for years at a time. Approximately half of South America's population lives in Brazil. The ancient kingdom of Tiwanaku was a major Indian civilization in the Andes Mountains of South America. Aztec Emperor Montezuma is said to have drunk 50 goblets of chocolate flavored with chili peppers every day. The world's widest road is Brazil's monumental axis. It could hold 160 cars side by side. Wow. Alright. Next. Let's do a different one. Let's do our food category. And we are going to do facts about pizza. Antica Pizzeria Porta Alba in Naples, Italy, is believed to be the world's first pizzeria. First established as a stand in 1738, the restaurant opened in 1830. Italian pizza was originally square-shaped. Today we call this Sicilian cut. It also used Romano cheese before switching to mozzarella. The first pizzeria in the United States was opened by Gennaro Lombardi in 1895 in New York City. Pepperoni is the most popular pizza topping in the U.S. Americans consume more than 251 million pounds of pepperoni annually. The Hawaiian pizza topped with pineapple and ham was invented in 1962 by a restaurant in Canada. Held annually in Las Vegas, the Pizza Expo is the largest pizza-only trade show. Chicago deep dish pizza puts the sauce on top of the cheese. October is officially designated National Pizza Month in the United States. Philadelphia's Pizza Brain is a half restaurant, half museum. It offers a large collection of pizza-related items and pizza varieties from around the world. YouTuber Arak and Pizza Hut teamed up in January 2023 Approximately 3 billion pizzas are sold in the United States every year, plus an additional 1 billion frozen pizzas. The Celentano brothers invented the frozen pizza in 1957. Next is just favorite pizza toppings from 10 countries. So pepperoni is the most popular one in the US, but in India it's pickled ginger, minced mutton, and paneer. In Russia it's makba, a combination of sardines, tuna, mackerel, salmon, and onions. In Brazil, it's green peas. In Japan, it's eel and squid. In France, it's flambé, bacon, onion, and fresh cream. In Pakistan, it's curry. In Australia, it's shrimp, pineapple, and barbecue sauce. In Costa Rica, it's coconut. In the Netherlands, it's double Dutch, double meat, double cheese, double onion. Okay. Interesting. Sharks have been around for over 400 million years. Sharks have no tongues. Their taste buds are actually in their teeth. Sharks have different types of teeth. Mako sharks have very pointed teeth. White sharks have triangular, serrated teeth. A sandbar shark will have around 35,000 teeth over the course of its lifetime. The tiny cookie cutter shark, rarely seen by human eyes, has big lips and a belly that glows a pale blue-green color to help camouflage it from prey. Its name comes from the small cookie-shaped bite mark it leaves. Sharks have no bones. Their skeletons are made of cartilage. Hammerhead sharks have 360-degree vision. Greater hammerheads are known to group in large schools of 100 or more off the island of Cacos near Mexico. Shark skin feels like sandpaper because it's covered in tiny pointed structures called placoid scales. Sharks are known for their sixth sense. They can sense electromagnetic fields of other creatures and objects and temperature shifts thanks to special sensors called the ampullae of Lorenzini. A shark can be put into a catatonic state called tonic immobility when it's flipped onto its back or when the ampullae of Lorenzini are appropriately stimulated. Several types of sharks have demonstrated an affinity for being touched or for being put into a state of shark species have the highest testosterone levels of any animal in the world. Bull sharks can survive in both saltwater and freshwater. Whale sharks are the biggest fish in the ocean. They can grow up to 40 feet and weigh more than 74,000 pounds. Despite their large size, placed Mount Everest at the bottom of Challenger Deep, its peak would still be 7,000 feet underwater. Crescent-shaped, the trench is over 1,550 miles long and 43 miles wide. Pressure increases with depth. At the bottom of the trench, the water column exerts a pressure of more than 1,000 times the standard atmospheric pressure at sea level. The depth and perpetual darkness of the Mariana Trench gives it a temperature just a few degrees above freezing, about 34 to 39 degrees Fahrenheit, or about 1 or 2 degrees Celsius. The first global oceanographic cruise, the 1875 HMS Challenger expedition, used weighted sounding rope to measure the trench. Later in 1951, HMS Challenger 2 surveyed the trench again using echo sounding. This was an easier and more accurate way to measure its depth. 1960 was the first and only time humans have descended into the Challenger Deep. Jacques Piccard and Navy Lieutenant Don Walsh boarded the U.S. Navy bathyscaphe called the Trieste. While their descent into the depths took 5 hours, only 20 minutes were spent exploring the bottom. Due to the silt stirred up by their submersible, photography was impossible. In 2012, Canadian filmmaker James Cameron piloted the Deep Sea Challenger to a depth of 35,756 feet. This set a world record for a solo descent. Data suggests that microbial life forms occupy the bottom of the Mariana Trench, and scientists believe there are many new species awaiting discovery. It's probably so much down there. We probably know more about outer space than we do about the Mariana Trench. Okay, next is going to be facts about the Incan Empire and Machu Picchu. Starting with facts about the Inca. The Inca civilization in South America started out as a highland tribe in present-day Peru. The term Inca means ruler or lord in Quechua, the language of the Incas. In the 12th century, Cusco was established as a city-state and later the capital of the Inca Empire. The founder of the Inca civilization and its first ruler was named Manco Capac. The civilization remained a relatively small tribe until the Inca began their conquests in the early 15th century under Emperor Pachacuti. I probably pronounced that wrong. Within 100 years, the Inca Empire had expanded from modern-day Peru into parts of what are now Ecuador, Bolivia, Argentina, and Chile. system spanning 25,000 miles was constructed to connect the vast Inca Empire. Some of the greatest achievements of the Inca are still in use today. They invented the technique of freeze drying, as well as the rope suspension bridge. Incan architecture was built to resist earthquakes. The collapse of the Inca Empire came in 1532, when conquistador Francisco Pizarro conquered Peru for Spain. The most notable victim of Spanish conquest was the Incan Emperor Atahualpa. When the Inca and Spanish met in battle in 1532, the Inca had greater numbers, but the superior steel weapons and armor of the Spanish were decisive. Though he first presented himself in friendship, Pizarro soon kidnapped the Incan ruler. Atahualpa tried to secure his release by offering a ransom of 24 tons of gold and silver. The Spanish happily accepted the ransom, then murdered him anyway. Atahualpa was the 13th and last Inca emperor. Now facts about Machu Picchu specifically. Machu Picchu exists as one of the great legacies of the Inca. The ancient stone city in the Andes is in southern Peru. Most archaeologists believe that Machu Picchu was built as an estate or retreat from Inca Emperor Pachacuti around AD 1460. Construction likely continued until the Inca Empire was conquered by the Spanish in the mid-1500s. Machu Picchu was one of the few major Inca sites to escape Spanish capture. It was rediscovered in 1911 by an American explorer named Hiram Bingham. Machu Picchu means old mountain or old peak in the Quechua language of the Inca. It refers to the lower of the two peaks that stand on each side of the city. Today, Machu Picchu is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. There are around 140 buildings in the city, built with stones fitted together tightly without the use of mortar. Like most of the Inca Empire, Machu Picchu was built without the use of the wheel, draft animals, knowledge of iron or steel, or even a system of writing. One of the sacred structures found in Machu Picchu is the Intihuatana. The Inca believed this stone structure helped to hold the sun in place and keep it on its correct path. Machu Picchu is located about 50 miles from Cusco, the capital city of the Inca Empire. The Inca built a stone road from Cusco to Machu Picchu. Many people still hike this trail today on their way to see Machu Picchu. The next category is going to be about architecture. Amazing architecture facts. Taliesin is regarded as a prime example of Frank Lloyd Wright's organic architecture. The house and 600-acre estate is in Spring Green, Wisconsin. The Sydney Opera House in Australia is a complex of theaters and halls linked beneath its famous white roof, the design of which suggests Space Needle was built to withstand winds of up to 200 miles per hour. The Krzywy Domek, or Crooked House in Sopot, Poland, isn't a home, but part of the Resident Shopping Center. Its wavy architecture looks like a funhouse mirror reflection. The crooked house's bent lines and distorted walls and doors were inspired by the fairy tale illustrations of Jan Marson Sanser and Per Dahlberg. The Empire State Building in New York City was the world's tallest building when it opened in 1931, soaring 1,454 feet to the top of its lightning rod. More than 3,000 workers took less than 14 months to build the Empire State Building, the framework erected at a pace of 4.5 stories per week. The pyramids of Giza, Egypt, are the only wonders of the ancient world that still stand. They were built between about 2650 and 2500 BC. The Great Pyramid is the largest pyramid ever built. It is 482 feet tall and contains some 2.3 million stone blocks, each weighing an average 2.7 tons. At 1,483 feet, the Petronas Twin Towers in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, became the first skyscrapers to top any U.S. skyscrapers when they were completed in 1998. Built in the 1740s, Drayton Hall in South Carolina is America's oldest unrestored plantation house that is open to the public. Drayton Hall is considered one of the finest examples of Georgian Palladian architecture in the nation. There are 10,000 panes of glass in California's Crystal Cathedral. At 2,080 feet, Japan's Tokyo Sky Tree is the world's tallest freestanding communications tower. The Colosseum in Rome, Italy, once seated 50,000 people. Mazes beneath the main floor kept wild animals contained in preparation for events. Trapdoors allowed gladiators to make surprise appearances and the dead bodies to be hauled away. At 630 feet tall, the Gateway Arch in St. Louis, Missouri, is the nation's tallest monument. The distance between its two legs is equal to its height. That's interesting. The towering steel structure was designed by Finnish-American architect Eero Saarinen in 1947 and completed in 1965. The top of the Gateway Arch stage is made of 3 layers of half-inch thick glass laminated into one seamless unit. It is built to withstand 4 tons of pressure and can hold 10,000 pounds. I would not be standing there, I don't think. I don't like the sound of that. In the ancient Mayan city of Chichen Itza, Mexico, is the temple of Cococan, or El Castillo. Each side of the pyramid has a staircase made up of 91 steps that leads to the top. The 1,776-foot One World Trade Center in New York City is the tallest building in the Western Hemisphere. The Shanghai Tower is the second tallest building in the world at 2,073 feet, after the 2,717-foot Burj Khalifa. The Shanghai Tower's elevator travels at 3,543 feet per minute. Wow. Completed in 1439, the Strasbourg Cathedral in France was the world's tallest building until 1874. The first skyscraper was pioneered in Chicago with the 138-foot tall home insurance building in 1885. China has more skyscrapers than any other country. India's Taj Mahal was commissioned by Shah Jahan to honor his wife Mumtaz, who died in childbirth. Couple goals. It took 20,000 workers and 1,000 elephants 22 years to build the Taj Mahal. The structure and its grounds cover 42 acres. The terms log house and log cabin actually denoted 2 distinct types of dwellings. Log cabin timbers were left round, while log houses were made from notched square-hewn logs. Cupboards originated with pioneers and were truly cupboards, a shelf built from a single board to hold cups and dishes. It was only later that they acquired sides and fronts. I've never thought about the fact that they're called cupboards, but that is interesting. Okay. Next, we are going to do some facts about ancient Greece. Ancient Greece is divided into 3 main periods: the Archaic period, the Classical period, and the Hellenistic period. Greek poet Homer wrote the Odyssey and the Iliad during the Archaic period. Ancient Greece was ruled by city-states, which sometimes fought against each other and sometimes joined forces against invaders. A Greek city-state, which the Greek themselves called a polis, was a city and the rural lands outside its walls. The 2 most powerful city-states were Athens and Sparta. Athenians invented democracy around the 5th century BC. The word democracy comes from the 2 Greek words that mean people, or demos, and rule, or kratos. Women, children, slaves, and Greeks not born to Athenian parents Sparta had a strong military culture. Boys started harsh military training at a young age. Citizens of Sparta voted by pounding on their shields. Ancient Greeks invented philosophy, which means love of wisdom. Famous Greek philosophers include Aristotle, Socrates, and Plato. Alexander the Great, one of history's most successful military commanders, expanded the ancient Greek empire surrounding the Mediterranean, all the way east to India. The Hellenistic period began when Alexander the Great died and ended when Rome conquered Greece. The Romans copied much of the Greek culture, including their gods, architecture, language, music, and even how they ate. Ancient Greeks often ate dinner while lying on their sides. The first two letters of the Greek alphabet, alpha and beta, made up the word alphabet. Their alphabet was the first one with vowels. Ancient Greeks wore draped tunics called chitons. Ancient Greeks loved the theater, but only male actors were allowed to perform. In Greek mythology, a sphinx had a woman's head and a lion's body. Ancient Greeks believed their gods lived atop Mount Olympus. They were ruled by Zeus, the king of the gods. Draco was an elected Athenian leader who has established a written code of laws. Many punishments were particularly harsh. The adjective draconian is now commonly used to describe similarly unforgiving rules or laws. The very first Olympic Games were held in 776 BC in the Greek city of Olympia. The statue of Zeus at Olympia was constructed by Phidias around 435 BC. Standing 40 feet high with a 20-foot base, the statue of Zeus was one of the 7 wonders of the world. The statue depicted a seated Zeus holding a golden figure of the goddess of victory in one hand and a staff topped with an eagle in the other. After the gods were outlawed by Christian Emperor Theodosius, the statue was taken as a prize to Constantinople, where it was destroyed in a fire around 462 AD. Then how do we know about it? Greek hero Pheidippides ran from Athens to Sparta to request help in the Battle of Marathon against the Persians. After the Greeks won, he ran 25 miles from Marathon to Athens to announce the victory. This is where the word marathon originated. Spiked dog collars were invented in ancient Greece and were originally designed to protect the dog's throat from wolf attacks. Alexander the Great never lost a battle. Greek scientist Hippocrates is called the father of Western medicine. Doctors still take the Hippocratic Oath today. Coins in ancient Greece English word Greece comes from the Latin word Graecia, meaning the land of the Greeks. The Greeks used a trick wooden horse to finally win the war against the Trojans. Ancient Greek warriors were well organized and heavily armored. They fought in a rectangular group called a phalanx, covering themselves with shields for protection. Jury trials in ancient Greece had as many as 500 jurors. For breakfast, Greeks ate bread dipped in wine. Nice. Ancient Greeks drank wine, usually mixed with water, with meals. Sparta was the only Greek city-state to mandate public education for girls. Most of those splendid Greek statues you see in off-white marble used to be painted in realistic colors. We know because tiny bits of paint remain embedded in the nooks and crannies. Very cool. Okay. Next, we've got facts about games, and we are going to start with facts about pinball. If you've ever wondered about pinball. Pinball was invented in the 1930s. Pinball derived from the 19th century game bagatelle. Bagatelle involved a billiards cue and a playing field full of holes. Some early pinball arcades awarded players for high scores. In the mid-1930s, machines were introduced that provided direct monetary payouts. This quickly earned pinball a reputation as a gambling device. Starting in the 1940s, New York City Mayor LaGuardia declared pinball parlors akin to casinos, ushering in an era of pinball prohibition. Chicago, Los Angeles, and other cities followed, banning the game. Despite or because of the ban, pinball became a favorite pastime among adolescents and teens in the 1950s. Gottlieb's Humpty Dumpty, designed by Harry Mabs in 1947, was the first pinball game to feature flippers that allowed the player to use hand-eye coordination to influence gravity and chance. In 1948, designer Stephen Kordek repositioned the flippers at the bottom of the playfield, and the adjustment became the industry standard. New York's pinball embargo lasted until 1976. City officials destroyed 11,000 machines before it was lifted. The ban was lifted after council members voted 6-0 to legalize pinball in the Big Apple. The turning point, writer and pinball wizard Roger Sharp called his shots during a demonstration in front of the New York City Council, proving that pinball was indeed a game of skill. Though pinball popularity receded with the advent of the video game, it enjoyed the first of several revivals later in the 1970s, thanks to its association with such rock and roll luminaries as The Who, Elton John, and Kiss. In 1991, Bally's introduced the Addams Family game to tie in with the release of the movie. Addams Family became one of the best-selling pinball games of all time. Next, we are going to be doing facts about inventions, which I think are cool. The first can opener was invented almost 50 years after the first tin can. John Harrington, godson to Queen Elizabeth I, invented a flushing toilet in the 1590s. He installed one for the Queen, but she was not impressed. In 1608, Dutch eyeglass maker Hans Lippershey discovered he could make faraway objects look larger by fitting two lenses in a long tube. Italian scientist Galileo Galilei improved Lippershey's telescope in 1609 and used it to look at the stars. In 1668, English scientist Isaac Newton developed the reflecting telescope, which used mirrors rather than lenses. The first bicycle was invented in 1817 by German nobleman Baron von Drey. His wooden-framed, iron-wheeled bicycle was pushed along by the rider's feet. The first successful pedal-driven bicycle was invented by Pierre Lallemand in 1864. The first pedal-driven bicycles became known as bone shakers because they shook every bump in the road. The electric light bulb was invented by Henry Woodward and Matthew Evans in 1874. These Canadians paved the way for Thomas Edison's later improvements to the light bulb. When Thomas Edison died in 1931, he held a world record 1,093 U.S. patents. Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone in 1876. Otto Lilienthal invented the hang glider in the late 19th century. Unfortunately, in 1896, Lilienthal plunged more than 50 feet during one of his test runs and died shortly after. Traffic lights were in use before cars were invented. Mary Anderson invented a swinging arm device with a rubber blade that the driver operated by using a lever. In 1903, Anderson received a patent for what became known as the windshield wiper. Inventor of vaccines and pasteurization, Louis Pasteur was the head of the science program at a French school during the mid-1800s. Movie actress Hedy Lamarr's invention was a matter of national security. Lamar and composer George Antheil developed a secret communications system to help allies in World War II. Their method of manipulating radio frequencies was used to create unbreakable codes. This invention proved invaluable again 2 decades later when it was used aboard naval vessels during the Cuban Missile Crisis. The spread spectrum technology that Lamar helped to pioneer became the key component in the creation of cellular phones, fax machines, and other wireless devices. John Harvey Kellogg and W.K. Kellogg, who invented cornflakes, ran a medical facility called the Battle Creek Sanitarium in the late 1800s. The anti-gravity flight suit invented by Dr. Wilbur Franks in 1941 enabled combat pilots when children in ancient Egypt made hoops out of grapevines and twirled them around their waists. Whammo introduced the plastic version of the toy in 1958, and 20 million were sold in the first 6 months. In the late 1950s, Ruth Handler set out to create a grown-up, three-dimensional doll. Handler named her creation after her daughter, and the Barbie doll was introduced in 1959. Handler was one of the founders of the toy giant Mattel. Leo Fender, who invented the first mass-produced electric guitar, never learned to play the guitar. Chindogu is a Japanese term that refers to the strange art of creating seemingly useful yet ultimately useless inventions. Useless because no one would want to be seen with one in public. An example is the hay fever hat, which consists of a roll of toilet paper secured to the head by a chin strap. Harold von Braunhut came up with the sea monkey, a simple 3-step kit that allowed youngsters to breed their own aquatic creatures. The wee serpents are actually a unique species of brine shrimp. Women came up with ideas and specifications for such useful items like life rafts, circular saws, medical syringes, and underwater lamps and telescopes. In 1822, Englishman Charles Babbage began designing complex computing machines, which he called engines. He never actually built one, though. The world's first working computer was developed during World War II and used to make secret codes for Germany. The top secret C3 was invented by German engineer Konrad Zuse in 1941. British scientists also built a secret computer during World War II. Called Colosseum, it helped break German secret codes and win the war. Juliana Tesoro was a prolific inventor in the textile industry. Flame-resistant fibers and permanent press properties are among her many contributions. The Tesoro Corporation holds more than 125 of her textile-related patents. Ermal Freys invented the pop-top aluminum can in 1959. In 1963, he received U.S. patent number 3,349,949 for the design. John Landis Mason safe, the astronauts step into a cylindrical stall where they have about a 1-gallon ration of water to use. The dirty water is sucked up by a vacuum and stored in special trash tanks. Water isn't part of the toothbrushing regime at all. NASA developed a unique kind of toothpaste that astronauts swish around without the need for liquid. Contrary to common perception, most garbage is sealed in bags to be brought back to Earth for disposal. It isn't just tossed into orbit. As for the other, shall we say, waste produced on board, astronauts use toilets similar to those back home. Their facilities, however, have no water. Instead, the space toilets use a constant vacuum-like airflow in the bowl to keep things from floating back up in the zero gravity. Crew members also have to strap in their feet and thighs to keep themselves from floating away mid-act. To sleep, astronauts zip themselves into specially designed sleeping bags that attach to their lockers. Some crew members may also rest in removable bunk beds. Because of objects' tendency to float in space, magnets are a common commodity. Meal trays are magnetic and designed to keep forks, spoons, and knives stuck down. The food packages are adhered to the trays with strips of Velcro. None of that sounds very enticing to me, I will say. Okay. Next up, we're going to do some facts about deadly animals. So, a little scary. About 500 million cases of mosquito-borne diseases such as malaria, dengue, Zika, and West Nile virus occur each year, killing as many as 2.7 million. Venomous snake attacks account for close to 100,000 deaths per year, making these reptiles the deadliest on the planet. Depending on the species of snake and the severity of the bite, death can ensue in a matter of hours if no treatment is given. Dogs infected by the rabies virus cause up to 35,000 human deaths per year. Experts estimate that 1/6 of the Earth's population is infected with some kind of roundworm. The Ascaris roundworm leads to an infection called ascariasis that kills an estimated 4,500 people a year. The scorpion is a highly compact killing machine that takes more than 3,000 human lives every year. The most lethal is the fat-tailed scorpion of North Africa. The tsetse fly transmits sleeping sickness, or African trypanosomiasis. Sleeping sickness threatens some 65 million people in sub-Saharan Africa, but deaths have recently declined to under 1,000 annually. Tapeworms are responsible for infections that kill up to 1,000 people per year. Humans can contact any one of several species of tapeworm from eating raw or undercooked meat. Undercooked fish can also contain the parasite eggs. The Nile crocodile is the most dangerous crocodile to humans, followed by the crocs that inhabit Australia. Crocodiles animals kill approximately 1,000 people each year. We generally think of elephants as friendly animals, but don't let that image fool you. Each year, they crush some 500 humans. Hippos are also responsible for approximately 500 human deaths per year, and like elephants, they charge, trample, and gore their victims to death. Nearly 100 swimmers are fatally stung every year by box jellyfish, which live in the tropical waters of Australia and Southeast Asia. Cardiac arrest can occur if antivenin is not taken immediately. Cape buffalo, found in Africa south of the Sahara, are responsible for an estimated 100 human fatalities each year. Leopards kill about 30 people per year, and lions kill about 25 people each year. I would think it's even more. Next, we're going to do some facts about horses, if we have any horse people out here. Horses are related to zebras, wild asses, and donkeys. The height of a horse is measured in hands, from the ground to the top of the withers, the ridge between the shoulders at the base of the neck. 1 hand equals 4 inches. Horses were first domesticated about 6,000 years ago. Draft horses such as the Clydesdale, Percheron, Belgian, and Shire were bred to carry and pull heavy loads. The Shire horse is the world's largest breed. Shire stallions average just over 17 hands, or 68 inches in height, and weigh as much as 2,200 pounds. Clydesdales have served as a mascot of various beer brands, including Budweiser. Belgian foals weigh about 125 pounds at birth. Light horses are bred for speed, agility, endurance, and riding. Light horse breeds include the Arabian, Morgan, and American quarter horses. The Arabian is one of the world's oldest horse breeds. Nearly every light horse breed today has Arabian bloodlines. The American quarter horse is North America's most popular breed. The Morgan breed originated with a stallion named Figure given to Justin Morgan of Vermont in the late 1700s. Warm bloods are intermediate weight horses created by crossing draft horses and light horses. Ponies are horses that are shorter than 14.2 hands. The fell pony gets its name from the fells, mountains or hills, of northern England, where the breed originated. It has been a recognizable breed since Roman times in England. Horses are born without teeth. Frisian horses have a long mane and tail that are often wavy. The American miniature is a height breed. These horses must measure no more than 34 inches from the last hairs of the mane to the ground. American miniature foals measure from 16 to 21 inches in height at birth. Unlike most other breeds, Shetland ponies are measured in inches rather than hands. Shetland ponies must not exceed 42 inches in years ago depict spotted horses. Appaloosas, developed by the Nez Perce people in North America, have patterned coats and striped hooves. The Akaltek horse of Turkmenistan is noted for its distinctive metallic sheen. The Gotland pony is a primitive breed native to the island of Gotland in Sweden, where ponies of this type have been documented as far back as the Stone Age. Lipizzaner horses are famous for the difficult airs above the ground dressage movements. The Norwegian fjord horse has a distinctive mane that is dark in the center and light on the outside. Manes are often trimmed to accentuate the dark stripe. The windswept barrier island of Assateague off the coasts of Maryland and Virginia is home to horses known as Assateague horses in Maryland and Chincoteague ponies in Virginia. Though commonly called wild, the feral horses of Assateague Island descend from domesticated horses brought to the island more than 300 years ago. The Przewalski's horse, also known as the Mongolian wild horse or the Taki, is a rare endangered horse native to the steppes of Central Asia. The Brumby is a free-roaming feral horse in Australia. The Falabella miniature horse is one of the smallest horse breeds in the world, standing between 28 and 34 inches tall when fully grown. Despite its size, the Falabella is considered a miniature horse rather than a pony. The Spanish introduced American Mustangs to the Americas. Christopher Columbus brought the first horses on his second journey to the New World. Next, we're going to do a few facts about mammoths and mastodons. Mammoths and mastodons are ancient pachyderms, the distant cousins of modern elephants. Unlike elephants today, which reside in Africa and South Asia, the remains of these ancient mammals are found predominantly in North America and North Asia. Cave paintings and other archaeological evidence show that humans actively hunted mammoths about 30,000 years ago. There is speculation about whether or not this led to the species' extinction. In 1705, the Hudson River Valley village of Claverneck, New York, discovered a large mastodon tooth. This tooth discovery predated uncovering dinosaur fossils by over a century. The tooth was sent to London as evidence of giants, like those described in the Book of Genesis in the Bible. The imagined giant creature was called Incognitum. Similar teeth were found later in South Carolina, where reportedly slaves pointed out that they closely resembled the teeth of African elephants. George Cuvier was inspired by the mastodon's cone-shaped teeth when giving the ancient mammal its name. Mastos and odont are Greek for breast and tooth, respectively. Mastodon teeth are suited for crushing twigs and other woody browse. They dwelled in forests. Sorry about my stomach. Mammoth teeth are ridged. The flat surfaces were ideal for grazing and grinding through grasses. Mammoths ate about 400 pounds of grasses and was just one of the many mammoths' adaptations to living in colder climates. Columbian mammoths were a North American species named after Christopher Columbus. Columbian mammoths were bigger than African elephants. A full-grown adult weighed about 10 tons. The discovery of mammoth and mastodon remains helped scientists realize that species could go extinct. Before the discovery of their remains, it was believed that the Earth was only 6,000 years old. This finding meant that Earth was likely much older. That's pretty cool. It's crazy that, like, nobody knew that dinosaurs existed until people found dinosaur fossils. Like, it's kind of crazy. Okay, now we're going to do some facts about cities. This may be our last category, but we'll see. More than half of the world's population currently lives in cities. Megacities are defined as urban areas with a population of more than 10 million people. Tokyo, Japan is the largest city in the world with a population of more than 37 million people. Large men known as oshiya or pushers are employed to cram commuters onto Tokyo's overcrowded subways and trains. Chicago has more movable bridges than any other city in the world. Delhi, India is the second largest city in the world with a population over 32 million. Delhi and New Delhi are the same city. New Delhi is actually a district within India's capital city of Delhi, which has government buildings. While Tokyo only gained 559,000 people between 2010 and 2020, Delhi gained over 8 million people in that time frame. Tokyo boasts the world's first public monorail line, built to coincide with the 1964 Olympics. It runs between downtown and Haneda International Airport. Shanghai is the world's third largest city, with a population of 28 million. The complete name of Los Angeles is technically El Pueblo de Nuestra Señora La Reina de Los Angeles de Porciúncula. Dhaka is the capital of Bangladesh and the fourth most populous city with nearly 22.5 million residents. The people of Dhaka speak English and Bengali. St. Augustine, Florida is the oldest permanently inhabited city in the United States. Founded in 1565, St. Augustine is filled with reminders of its early Spanish history. The fifth most populous city in the world is Sao Paulo, Brazil, with over 22 million people. Mexico City ranks as the sixth largest. Because it was built on a soft lake bed, Mexico City is sinking at a rate of nearly 4 inches per year. Pittsburgh has more city-maintained steps than any other city in the world. If stacked up, they would reach a height of 26,000 feet. That's an interesting fact. Cairo, Egypt is Africa's most populous city. Lagos, Nigeria, and Kinshasa, Congo follow. I definitely thought Lagos was the most populous city. Some of these might be outdated, by the way. Osaka, Japan has about 19 million residents. New York City is the largest city in the United States, with over 8 million in the city proper. A visitor walking the Las Vegas Strip could see everything from replicas of the Eiffel Tower and the New York skyline to dazzling water fountains that dance to music. The heaviest building in the world is in Bucharest, Romania. The Palace of the Parliament weighs over 700,000 tons. The fastest growing cities in the world are in Asia and Africa. Savannah, Georgia was America's first planned city. James Edward Oglethorpe founded Savannah in 1733, centering the city around 24 squares. His layout remains intact today. Athens, Greece is Europe's oldest city. The city of Amsterdam in the Netherlands has more bicycles than people. Calcutta, formerly Calcutta, remains as India's third most populous city after Delhi and Mumbai. Helsinki's sidewalks get heated from underground. Kuala Lumpur means river junction in Malay. This Malaysian city sits where the Klang and Gombak rivers flow together. London's famous indoor marketplace, Harrods, sold cocaine and cocaine-related products to shoppers until 1916. Manila, Philippines has some 14.4 million inhabitants. Its population density is one of the greatest of any city in the world. Buenos Aires, Argentina is South America's second most populous city after Sao Paulo, Brazil. Rome, Italy has a museum dedicated to pasta. An abandoned network of underground stone quarries beneath Paris hold the remains of 6 million people. Istanbul, Turkey has more than 15 million inhabitants and straddles 2 continents. Vienna, Austria boasts the world's oldest zoo, dating to 1752. There are about 400,000 known plant species. The giant corpse flower is named for its smell. It secretes cadaverine and putrescine, odor compounds responsible for its rotting flesh smell. The first type of aspirin came from the tree bark of a willow tree. Bamboo can grow 35 inches in a single day. Corn is the most planted crop in the United States. Wheat is the third most produced grain in the world after corn and rice. There are about 40,000 different types of rice. Cacti spines can be up to 6 inches long. The baobab tree is the world's largest succulent, reaching heights of 75 feet. It can live for several thousand years. Dendrochronology is the science of calculating a tree's age by its rings. The first potatoes were cultivated in Peru about 7,000 years ago. Strawberries are the only fruit that bears seeds on the outside. The average strawberry has 200 causes a skin irritant called urushiol. Moonflowers open in the evening and close before midday. Moonflower vines always coil clockwise. Morning glory blooms open from dawn to mid-morning. The California redwood, coast redwood, and giant sequoia are the tallest and largest living organism in the world. A sunflower looks like one large flower, but each head is composed of hundreds of tiny flowers called florets, which ripen to become the seeds. Sunflowers range in height from 1-foot tall dwarfs to 15-foot high giants. The lemon tree is the smallest evergreen tree that is native to Asia. Most coal is formed from ancient plant remains. The Rafflesia arnoldi plant has the largest single bloom of any plant, measuring 3 feet across. Also known as meat flower, the parasitic Rafflesia arnoldi can hold several gallons of nectar, and its smell has been compared to buffalo carcass in an advanced stage of decomposition. Lovely. Aquatic duckweed is the smallest flowering plant on Earth. The plant is only 0.61 millimeter long, and the edible fruit is about the size of a grain of salt. Stinging nettle leaves contain a mixture of chemicals that it injects into the skin of animals. Dutchman's breeches are named for their flowers, which look like upside-down pants. Thistles have spines on their stems and leaves that keep most animals away from the plant. Vanilla comes from a type of orchid. Although tulips are associated with Holland, they are actually not native there. Tulips descend mostly from species originating in the Middle East. During the 1600s, tulip bulbs were worth more than gold in Holland. The craze was called tulip mania and crashed the Dutch economy. The Jerusalem artichoke is not really an artichoke. The passion flower gets its name from the complex structure of its flowers, which can be seen as symbols of the crucifixion of Christ. Although other plants die if they lose 8 to 12% of their water content, the resurrection fern can survive despite losing 97% of its water content. Spanish moss is neither moss nor Spanish. It's related to the pineapple and has been used to stuff furniture, car seats, and mattresses. The technical term for air plant is epiphyte. These plants get moisture and nutrients from the air. The carnivorous king monkey cup traps prey such as scorpions, mice, rats, and birds in pitchers up to 14 inches long and 6 inches wide. It then digests them in a half gallon of enzymatic fluid. oxygen to the brain and heart. California boasts the oldest known living tree, a bristlecone pine named Methuselah. According to tree ring data, it is 4,853 years old. That is a pretty old tree. Alright, we are moving on to history facts, and we are going to do some facts about underwear. Facts about the history of underwear. The earliest and most simple undergarment was the loincloth, a long strip of material passed between the legs and around the waist. King Tut was buried with 145 loincloths. The style didn't go out with the Egyptians. Loincloths are still worn in many Asian and African countries. Men in the Middle Ages wore loose trouser-like undergarments called brais, which one stepped into and tied around the waist and legs about mid-calf. Stylish. To facilitate urination, they were fitted with a cod piece, a flap that buttoned or tied closed. Medieval women wore a close-fitting garment called a chemise. Corsets began to appear in the 18th century. Early versions were designed to flatten a woman's bust line, but by the late 1800s, corsets were reconstructed to give women an exaggerated hourglass shape. Bras were invented in 1913 when American socialite Mary Phelps Jacob tied two handkerchiefs together with a ribbon. You're telling me we got the airplane before we got bras? Okay. Phelps Jacob patented the idea a year later. Maidenform introduced modern cup sizes in 1928. Around 1920, as women became more involved in sports such as tennis and bicycling, loose, comfortable bloomers replaced corsets as the undergarment of choice. The constricting corset soon fell out of favor altogether. The thong made its first public U.S. appearance at the 1939 World's Fair, when New York Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia required nude dancers to cover themselves, if only barely. Thongs gained popularity as swimwear in Brazil in the 1970s and are now a form of underwear. Okay, I think we're gonna stick with history for a second, but switch gears to World War II, when they had bras. Alright. Adolf Hitler and his Nazi party swept to power in 1933. Hitler rebuilt the army and air force and expanded Germany's borders. Most notoriously, the Germans undertook the systematic brutalization and mass murder of Jews, Romani, homosexuals, and others deemed undesirable. In an ominous prelude to World War II, Japanese forces invaded eastern China in 1937, starting a war there that would continue until 1945. In September 1939, Germany invaded Poland and France. Britain across Europe was due to tank units supported from the air by dive bombers, such as the Junkers Ju-87 or Stuka. I don't know. The Stukas were fitted with sirens, which sounded like screaming to terrify the population. The Blitz, Germany's terror bombing campaign against Britain in 1940 to 41, was a horrifying experience. More than 43,000 civilians died during the bombing. 1 million homes were destroyed or damaged. The Blitz created dangerous morale problems in Britain. To galvanize the people, Churchill lied and said that a German invasion might be imminent. The fib worked and the British rallied. After the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor on December 7th, 1941, the United States joined the global war that had been raging for nearly 2 years. At the time of the Pearl Harbor attack, there were 96 ships anchored there. During the attack, 18 were sunk or seriously damaged, including 8 battleships. 350 aircraft were destroyed or damaged. There were 2,402 American men killed and 1,280 injured at Pearl Harbor. Japanese pilots attacking Pearl Harbor had studied tourist postcards to learn where ships were normally positioned in the harbor. Knowing that America would enter the war after the attack on Pearl Harbor, Winston Churchill said he went to bed that night and slept the sleep of the saved and thankful. The Soviet Union joined the Allies when Germany invaded in June 1941. The Allied powers included Britain, the US, and the Soviet Union, among others. The Axis powers were Germany, Japan, and Italy. Before the war, Japanese pilots were selected at age 14 from the best academic and most physically fit students. Their 5-year training program was the world's most arduous. A U.S. draftee had to be at least 5 feet tall and weigh 105 pounds. He also had to have at least 12 teeth. Pretty low standards. The 2 most common physical attributes that led to a draftee being rejected were flat feet and venereal disease. Denmark was the only European country to cut back on its military after war broke out. Beginning in the fall of 1942, each American family was limited to 3 gallons of gasoline per week and 2 new pairs of shoes per year. The famous U.S. bazooka anti-tank weapon fired a 60-millimeter projectile. Germany's counterpart, the less common Panzerschreck, packed an 88-millimeter wallop but had a much shorter effective range. stakes in the US during the war to avoid the German-sounding name. The first bomb dropped on Berlin by the Allies killed an elephant in the Berlin Zoo. A Soviet soldier's daily vodka ration was 100 grams, or about 3.5 ounces. The desperate house-to-house fighting in Stalingrad led the German soldiers to call it a rat's war. Nearly 180 Londoners died during a raid on March 3rd, 1943, but not from bombs. A woman tripped entering an underground station. The crowd rushing for cover crushed her and many others, suffocating them. Wow. D-Day, June 6th, 1944, was the launching date for Operation Overlord, the Allied invasion of Nazi-occupied Western Europe. In one of the most complex operations in military history, U.S., British, and Canadian forces landed simultaneously on 5 separate beachheads in Normandy, Germany. For the D-Day invasion, British vehicles carried huge spools of coconut husk matting to unroll on the beach, which helped tanks avoid bogging down in the soft ground. About 12,000 Allied aircraft supported the Normandy invasion. D-Day owed its success in part to weather reports from lonely icy stations in Arctic Greenland and Spitsbergen and Jan Mayen in Norway. The invasion needed to occur on June 5th, 6th, or 7th to take advantage of the moon and the tides. D-Day was postponed a day due to rain and gale force winds, which would have been disastrous for the Allies. Interesting. The Sullivans, a family from Waterloo, Iowa, lost 5 sons in U.S. Navy service in the Pacific. Their sister Genevieve promptly took up her fallen brother's sword. She enlisted in the Navy's Women Accepted for Voluntary Emergency Service. When U.S. Marines landed on Guam, they were greeted by a sign that read, "Welcome, Marines." The sign had been left by U.S. Navy frogmen who had earlier scouted the area for mines. Nazi propaganda minister Joseph Goebbels believed so strongly in the power of patriotic music that Germany's troops were issued a patriotic songbook as part of their standard kit. Contrary to most accounts, Goebbels did not have a club foot. He suffered from a bone marrow affliction as a child. The surgery shortened and weakened his left leg. Interesting. Let's see. World War II was the first major conflict in which penicillin was used. It drastically reduced battlefield fatalities. In the first week of May 1945, following Hitler's suicide on April 30th, the Nazi regime collapsed. Berlin fell to the Soviets, and Axis armies in Italy gave up. On May 7th, Germany surrendered, and the war for Europe was over. World War II ended on September 2nd, 1945, when Japan signed a surrender agreement following nuclear attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. surgery without the aid of anesthesia. Yet for most of human history, people had no surefire way to guarantee pain-free surgery. Humans have long tried to find ways to dull pain. Alcohol was probably the earliest method, used in ancient Mesopotamia, where the Sumerians also cultivated opium poppy. The opium latex obtained from the poppy is about 12% morphine, and was described by the Sumerians as hul gil, or plant of joy. The Babylonians soon became aware of opium's numbing effects, and the plant, along with their empire, next spread to Persia and Egypt. The ancient Egyptians also made crude sedatives out of the mandrake fruit, which contains psychoactive agents that can cause hallucinations. In India and China, cannabis incense was used to promote a feeling of relaxation, sometimes alongside a cup of wine. According to eyewitness reports, Bian Ke, an early Chinese physician who practiced in the mid-300s BC, was said to have used a toxic drink to induce a comatose-like state in two patients for several days. 5 centuries later, Chinese physician Hua Tuo is said to have used a combination of sedating herbs he called maphesian, which would be dissolved in wine for a patient to drink before surgery. Pretty crazy. According to surviving records, Hua Tuo performed many surgeries with the help of this mixture, but its exact recipe was lost when the physician burned his own notes shortly before his death. During the Middle Ages, Arabic and Persian physicians discovered that anesthetics could be inhaled as well as ingested. Persian physician Ibn Sina, also known by the Latinized name Aventiana, described in the 1025 Encyclopedia the canon of medicine, a method of holding a sponge infused with narcotics beneath a patient's nose. By the 13th century, the English were using a mixture of bile, opium, bryony, henbane, hemlock, lettuce, and vinegar called dwale as a sedative. This potion was not administered by physicians who warned against its use, possibly because some of the ingredients can be poisonous. Recipes to make the mixture were found in remedy books that ordinary housewives could tuck right next to their cookbooks. By 1525, Swiss physician Paracelsus had discovered that the compound diethyl ether had analgesic properties. But it would take more than 2 centuries before physicians would start to consider using it as anesthetic. These practices all had various levels of success and plenty of risks, but nothing was foolproof when it came to surgical anesthetic. In fact, by the turn of the 19th century, surgery was performed only as a last resort, usually with very little, if any, anesthetic. Not surprisingly, this caused immense fear and pain for patients, and extreme anxiety for the doctors who had to operate on them. Thankfully, the discovery of gases like oxygen, ammonia, and nitrous oxide in the late 1700s gave scientists new ideas, and physicians and patients some new options. English physician Thomas Beddoes was one of the first to take notice of the new discovery of gases. Beddoes founded a medical research facility called the Pneumatic Institution in 1798. His aim was to find therapeutic ways to use different gases. Beddoes hoped to treat breathing issues like asthma and tuberculosis. While working at the Pneumatic Institution, chemist Humphrey Davy, who would later go on to invent the field of electricity, nitrous oxide had analgesic effects. He also noted that it produced a feeling of euphoria, which prompted him to call it laughing gas. Davy suggested that nitrous oxide gas should be used during surgical procedures. This idea was not immediately acted upon, perhaps because Davy himself was not a physician. In 1813, Davy was joined by a new assistant, Michael Faraday. Faraday began studying the inhalation of ether and found it to also have analgesic effects, as well as having the ability to cause sedation. Even after he published his findings in 1818, ether was mostly ignored by surgeons too. But strangely, in the United States, these gases found another use when people realized they could be inhaled recreationally at laughing gas parties and ether frolics. By the mid-1800s, traveling lecturers and showmen would hold these unusual gatherings. Members of the audience were encouraged to inhale nitrous oxide or ether, while other audience members laughed at the mind-altering results. One of the participants of these ether frolics was a young dentist named William Morton, who was intrigued by the analgesic potential of the gas. He tested it on animals and then successfully used it for several patients. After that, Morton was so confident in ether's ability to anesthetize that he offered to demonstrate his method to Dr. John Warren, the surgeon at Massachusetts General Hospital. On October 16, 1846, before a large audience in what is now known as the Ether Dome, Morton administered diethyl ether to a young patient named Edward Gilbert Abbott. Warren then removed a tumor from Abbott's neck. To the surprise of everyone in attendance, even the surgeon, Abbott appeared to remain comfortable during the entire procedure. Afterwards, Abbott reported that he'd felt a scratching sensation, but no pain. News of Abbott's surgery quickly spread around the world. By December 1846, physicians in Great Britain were making use of inhalation anesthesia. Scottish obstetrician James Young Simpson first used chloroform in 1847. The use of ether and chloroform made surgery a less distressing venture for patients and surgeons alike. The success of the compounds led to more anesthesia research. The first intravenous anesthesia, sodium thiopental, debuted for human use in March 1934. In the second half of the 20th century, Belgian doctor Paul Janssen synthesized more than 80 pharmaceutical compounds, including drugs used for anesthesia. Ether and chloroform fell out of favor as safer anesthesia alternatives became available. Modern anesthesia is among the safest of all medical procedures. Surprisingly, however, scientists are still uncertain exactly how anesthesia is able to affect our conscious minds. Very cool. I always think anesthesia is very, very cool. So, I think that is awesome. Alright, next we are going to do sports facts, and today we have facts about curling. This should be a lot less facts. Some of the categories are larger and some are smaller, but curling. Curling began in Scotland in the 1500s, played with officially added in 1998. A curling tournament is called a Bonspiel. A cash spiel is slang for a tournament with large prizes. The standard curling rink measures 146 feet by 15 feet. At each end are 12-foot wide concentric rings called houses, the center of which is the button. There are 4 curlers on a team. Each shoves 2 rocks in an effort to get as close to the button as possible. The players with brooms aren't trying to keep the ice clear of crud. The team skip or captain determines strategy and advises the players using the brooms in the fine art of sweeping to guide the stone with surprising precision. One particular arrangement of rocks in the house is called a Christmas tree for its shape. The hog line is a blue line in roughly the same place as a hockey blue line. One must let go of the rock before crossing the near hog line, and the rock must cross the far hog line, or it's hogged, removed from play. Good sportsmanship is prized, and players are even expected to call their own fouls. Very interesting. My dad was a curler, so that's funny. Yeah, my mom said one of their first dates was that my dad was like, "Wanna come watch me curl?" And she was like, "Sure." So, if that's not romance, I don't know what is. Alright, next are animal facts, and we are going to do facts about rodents. Rodents. Rodents are the largest group of animals, constituting nearly half of the class of Mammalia's species. The world's 4,000 known rodent species are divided into 3 suborders: squirrel-like rodents, mouse-like rodents, and porcupine-like rodents. Rodents include not only true rats and mice, but also diverse groups like beavers, marmots, pocket gophers, and chinchillas. Chinchillas have the thickest fur of all land animals, with more than 50 hairs growing from a single follicle. Like other rodents, a chinchilla's teeth never stop growing. Chinchillas are native to the Andes Mountains in Chile. Their thick fur allows them to survive harsh winds and plunging temperatures at elevations of 12,000 feet. Some people keep chinchillas as pets. Only a few thousand survive in the wild. Mice can get by with almost no water. They get most of the moisture they need from their food. Mice become sexually mature at 6 to 10 weeks and can breed year-round. Female mice average 6 to 10 litters annually. If a pair of mice started breeding on January 1st, they could have as many as 31,000 descendants by the end of the year. Measuring over 2 feet tall, 4 feet long, and weighing an average of 100 pounds, the South American capybara is the largest rodent in the world. Capybaras love the water and can remain submerged for up to 5 minutes. Rats can jump 3 feet straight up and 4 feet outward from a standing position. Rodents spread myriad diseases, including bubonic plague, leptospirosis, tularemia, salmonellosis, murine typhus, and hantavirus. The bubonic plague that killed millions throughout Europe in the mid-1300s was predominantly caused by fleas that rats carried. Thousands of Americans are bitten by rats each year. Rats constantly rats can produce 2,000 offspring in a year. That's wild. Rats use their tails to regulate their temperature, communicate, and balance. Some rats can swim as far as half a mile in open water, dive through water plumbing traps, travel in sewer lines against strong currents, and stay underwater for as long as 3 minutes. A single rat can produce 25,000 droppings in a year. Rats can enter a building through a hole just half an inch. A rat can fall 50 feet without injury. Rats can jump 36 inches vertically and 48 inches horizontally. Rats are intelligent and have excellent memories. Once rats learn a route, they never forget it. Rats are colorblind and cannot vomit or burp. Beavers are the largest rodents in the world after the South American capybara. Transparent eyelids allow beavers to see while swimming underwater. Beavers can stay submerged in water for up to 15 minutes. Using their webbed feet for speed and their flat tail as a rudder, they can swim as fast as 5 miles per hour. A single beaver can fell an aspen tree with a 6-inch diameter in about 20 minutes. It then gnaws the tree into logs of a more manageable size and drags these logs back to the river. Beavers live in colonies of 6 to 8 and build dams and the lodges they live in. Porcupines look a little like hedgehogs, but they are not related. In fact, hedgehogs aren't rodents at all. The average porcupine has 30,000 quills, and each is a sharp reminder that if you poke at a porcupine, it will poke you back. Baby porcupines are born with soft quills that don't harden until a few days after birth, a fact for which mother porcupines are supremely grateful. Oh my gosh. Porcupines can float. The Belluchistan pygmy jerboa is the world's smallest rodent at 1.5 inches long. Pocket gophers, named for their large fur-lined cheek pockets, can close their lips behind their protruding chisel-like front teeth. This allows them to excavate soil without ingesting it. Voles have blunt noses, small furry ears, dense brown fur, and a tail with no fur. Voles typically live about 3 to 6 months. Marmots are giant land squirrels. Flying squirrels glide through the air using parachute-like wings. A squirrel can smell a nut buried under a foot of snow. The naked mole rat, a burrowing rodent native to East Africa, is almost completely hairless with wrinkly skin. Okay, we are now going to do facts about poison, which should be interesting. This is under the health and human body, so facts about poison. More than half of poison exposures occur in children under age 6, and most poisonings involve medications and vitamins, household and chemical personal care products, and plants. Close to 90% of all poisonings occur at home. Mystery novels are filled with stories of characters choosing to off their enemies with arsenic. Colorless and odorless, this close relative of phosphorus exists in a variety of compounds, not all of which are poisonous. has been blamed for widespread death through groundwater contamination. Many historians believe that Napoleon died of arsenic poisoning while imprisoned, because significant traces of arsenic were found in his body by forensics experts 200 years after his death. At the time Napoleon lived, wallpaper and paint often contained arsenic-laced pigments, and so he may have been exposed to the poison in his everyday surroundings. Emerald green, a color of paint used by Impressionist painters, contained an arsenic-based pigment. Some historians suggest that Van Gogh's neurological problems had a great deal to do with the use of emerald green paint in large quantities. Every part of the perennial herb belladonna is poisonous, but the berries are especially dangerous. The poison attacks the nervous system instantly, causing a rapid pulse, hallucinations, convulsions, ataxia, and coma. Wolf's bane was used as an arrow poison by the ancient Chinese, and its name comes from the Greek word meaning dart. Wolf's bane takes a while to work, but when it does, it causes extreme anxiety, chest pain, and death from respiratory arrest. Meadow saffron can be boiled and dried, and it still retains all of its poisonous power. As little as 7 milligrams of this stuff could cause colic, paralysis, and heart failure. Hemlock, used to execute Socrates, is poisonous down to the last leaf, and will often send you into a coma before it finishes you for good. Ricin is a waste product left behind when castor beans are processed for their oil. It is extremely lethal, and in its concentrated form, just a few grains can kill. Even eating castor beans can cause damage. It has been used experimentally in cancer treatment to kill targeted cells. A Bulgarian dissident living in London was killed by ricin carried on the tip of an umbrella by an assassin. The skin of 2 frogs in Colombia yields batrachotoxin that has been used in poison darts. Even tiny amounts can cause heart failure. Anthrax is caused by bacteria Bacillus anthracis. Anthrax can be found in soil and sicken grazing animals. That's sad. Alright. Next facts are going to be about Jupiter, the planet. It takes 43.2 minutes for the light from the sun to reach Jupiter, across an average distance of 484 million miles. It takes about 12 Earth years for Jupiter to orbit the sun. The surface gravity of Jupiter is more than 2.5 times greater than that of Earth. Ammonia and water in the plant's atmosphere Jupiter's moons, together with smaller moonlets, form a satellite system called the Jovian system. Jupiter's four largest moons, Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, are some of the largest in the solar system. Ganymede is the biggest. It's even larger than Mercury. In fact, Ganymede is the 9th largest object in our solar system. It is the only moon we've discovered with a magnetic field. The moon Io is considered to be the most geologically active object in our solar system. Astronomers have watched some of Io's 400 plus active volcanoes erupt, and a few of its mountains rise higher than Mount Everest. On March 2nd, 1998, the spacecraft Galileo discovered a liquid ocean on Jupiter's moon, Europa. The surface of the moon Callisto is shaped by impact craters. Jupiter has an ocean, but not of water. It is made of liquid hydrogen. Jeez. Jupiter does have rings, but they're made of dust and pale in comparison to Saturn's. They were spotted by Voyager 1. Jupiter's diameter is more than 88,840 miles across. The diameter of Earth is around 7,918 miles. Pioneer 10 was the first spacecraft to perform a flyby. Jupiter rotates in about 10 hours, giving it the shortest day of any planet. That's interesting that it has the shortest day, but like way longer, of a year. The Great Red Spot, a storm, has been observed for at least 3 centuries. Jupiter has a powerful magnetic field, significantly more powerful than Earth's, that causes beautiful aurora. Okay. The next category I think will be fun, and it's slang terms by decade. So it has like slang terms and what they mean for like the 20s, 30s, and so on. So I think that'll be fun. Alright. For the 1920s, first we've got 23 skidoo, which means to get going, move along, leave, or scram. Number 2 is the cat's pajamas, which means the best, the height of excellence. Gams is slang for legs. The real McCoy means sincere, genuine, the real thing. Hotsy-totsy means perfect. A speakeasy is a place where alcohol was illegally sold and drunk during Prohibition. And the bee's knees means excellent, outstanding. In the 1930s, we have I'll be a monkey's uncle, a sign of disbelief. I don't believe it. Girl Friday means a secretary or female assistant. Juke joint hipster is an innovative and trendy person. In the 1960s, groovy means cool, hip, excellent. Hippie derived from hipster, a young adult who rebelled against established institutions, criticized middle-class values, opposed the Vietnam War, and promoted sexual freedom. In the 1970s, catch you on the flip side means see you later. My brother, my mom, and I always say smell you on the flip side. So that's funny. Dig it means to like or understand something. Get down or boogie means to dance. Pump iron is to lift weights. In the 1980s, bodacious means beautiful. A dweeb is a nerd or someone who is not cool. Fly means cool, very hip. Gnarly means exceptional or very cool. Wicked means excellent or great. And yuppie is a young urban professional, a college-educated person with a well-paying job who lives near a big city, often associated with a materialistic and superficial personality. In the 1990s, diss means to show disrespect. Get jiggy means to dance or flirt. What's up means what's up or how are you. And word means yes, I agree. In the 2000s, a Barney bag is a gigantic purse. Peeps means friends or people. Rents is parents. That's what I call my parents. And sweet means beyond cool. I wish it had slang terms for, like, since the, like 2010s and stuff. Okay. Next, we are going to do facts about killer queens. Queens that killed people, I guess. And the first ones are about Boudica. Boudica stood 6 feet tall, sported a hip-length mane of fiery red hair, and had a vengeful streak a mile wide. She was queen of the Celtic Iceni people of eastern Britain. In AD 61, she led a furious uprising against the occupying Romans that nearly chased Nero's legions from the island. Boudica didn't always hate the Romans. The Iceni kingdom, led by her husband Prasutagus, was once a Roman ally. But Prasutagus lived a life of conspicuous wealth on borrowed Roman money. When it came time to pay, he was forced to bequeath half his kingdom to the Romans. The other half was left for his daughters. The Romans, however, got greedy. On Prasutagus' death, they moved to seize all Iceni lands as payment for the dead king's debt. When the widow Boudica challenged the Romans, they publicly flogged her and raped her daughters. While most of the Roman army in Britain was busy annihilating the Druids in the west, Boudica led the Iceni and other aggrieved Celtic peoples on a bloody rebellion that reverberated back to Rome. Boudica's war is Empress Jingo, who led the Japanese in the conquest of Korea in the early 3rd century. In 1881, she became the first woman to be featured on a Japanese banknote. No small feat given the chauvinism of Imperial Japan. More than 1700 years after her rule, Empress Jingo is still revered as a goddess in Japan. Jingo's success as a warrior queen may be attributed to the irresistible sway she held over both the ancient deities and mortal men. As regent ruler of Imperial Japan following the death of her emperor husband, Jingo was determined to make Korea her own. According to Japanese lore, she beguiled Ruijin, the Japanese dragon god of the sea, to lend her his magical tide jewels. She then used the tide jewels to create favorable tides that destroyed the Korean fleet and safely guided the Japanese fleet to the Korean peninsula. From there, she commanded and cajoled her armies to an illustrious campaign of conquest that secured her exalted status within Japanese cultural history. Jingo purportedly had amazing powers of persuasion over the human reproductive cycle as well. Pregnant with her son at the time of the invasion, Jingo remained in Korea for the duration of the campaign, which by all accounts lasted well beyond the length of a normal term. Legend has it, however, that she delayed giving birth until after the conquest, so that her son and heir Ojin could be born in Japan. Once home, Jingo cemented her power by using brute force to convince several rivals to the throne to concede to her rule, which would ultimately last for more than 60 years. She sounds like a badass. Okay, last facts will be about Zenobia. Like Boudica before her, our third warrior queen Zenobia made her name by leading an army against the mighty Romans. Unlike the Celtic queen, however, Zenobia would experience a much different fate for her actions. Zenobia and her husband, Odenathus, ruled the prosperous Syrian city of Palmyra. Though technically subordinate to Odenathus, she certainly didn't take a backseat to him. She established herself as a warrior queen by riding at her husband's side into battle against the Persians, often overshadowing her more reserved mate. Zenobia became the undisputed ruler of Palmyra in 267, following the assassination of Odenathus, which some attribute to Zenobia herself. As an ostensible ally of Rome, Zenobia launched a campaign of conquest in the Middle East. Within 3 years, she expanded her realm to Syria, Egypt, and much of Asia Minor. Flushed with success, Zenobia declared Palmyra's independence from Rome. But in 272, the Romans struck back. Zenobia was up for the fight, but her forces were overextended. The Romans easily captured Zenobia's outlying territories before laying siege to Palmyra itself. After its fall, exact origins of chess are a bit murky. Most historians agree that the oldest precursor to the game was a 6th century Indian strategy game called chaturanga. In Sanskrit, the word means 4 arms or 4 divisions. Today, there is a yoga pose called chaturanga that describes the 4-limbed staff pose. The 4 divisions were infantry, cavalry, elephantry, and chariotry. Each were represented by a game piece. From India, the pastime made its way to Persia, where the rules began to evolve, and the game more closely resembled what we know today. Shatranj, as it was known in Persia, embraced the battle theme of its predecessor, adding a game piece to represent a king, and the objective became to capture the opponent's king. Players exclaimed Shamat, Persian for the king is helpless, when attack was imminent. In Arabic, the exclamation used was Shikmat, which over time became the well-known checkmate. By the year 1000, chess had spread from Middle Eastern lands into Russia and Europe. The Moors carried the game with them to northern Africa, Sicily, and the Iberian Peninsula. Buddhist monks and Silk Road traders introduced the game to the Far East, where it evolved into a game called Xiangqi, or elephant chess, a variant of the game which is still played in China today. The oldest known chess pieces were discovered at an ancient site in Uzbekistan, consisting of a king, a chariot, a vizier, a horse, an elephant, and 2 soldiers. The ivory pieces were dated to around 760 AD. Chess grew in popularity in Europe over the next several centuries, becoming a favorite among the upper classes and earning the nickname the Game of Kings. Ancient chess pieces often correlate with militaristic symbols of the time, including chariots, elephants, and soldiers. But as the game gained popularity in Europe, the pieces took on more of the look of a noble court. Prior to about 1850, there was no standard chess set for competitors to use, and chessboards and pieces came in a myriad of styles, depending on country and geographical region. The first modern chess tournament was held in London in 1851. The benchmark chess set today is called the Staunton chess set. It was named after Howard Staunton, who organized that 1851 chess tournament. The set was designed by London architect and journalist Nathaniel Cook. The column-like appearance of the king, queen, and bishop in Cook's set was reflected in much of Victorian London's neoclassical architecture. The Italian-influenced balustrades, popular on balconies and stairways at the time, are seen in the design of his pawns. Wooden boards like that in the Staunton chess set are also used for competitive chess championships sponsored by the World Chess Federation. On a chessboard, ranks are the rows of squares running horizontally across the board, and files are the rows that run vertically. The knight US, the Göttingen manuscript of 1490. The Queen's Gambit is still commonly played today. Actor Anya Taylor-Joy played Beth Harmon, the chess prodigy protagonist of the Netflix series The Queen's Gambit, released in 2020. So good. Go watch it if you haven't seen it. Experts estimate that theoretically a chess game could encompass 5,949 total moves. At a move a minute, that game would last 4 days. That's a long time. We are now moving on to our health and human body category, and we are first going to talk about blood transfusions. Blood transfusions are performed about every 2 seconds somewhere in the world. One of the earliest recorded blood transfusions took place in the 1490s. Pope Innocent VIII suffered a massive stroke, and his physician advised a blood transfusion. Unfortunately, the methods used were crude and unsuccessful. The Pope died within the year, and so did the 3 young boys whose blood was used. That's so sad. Richard Lower, an Oxford physician in the mid-1600s, performed blood transfusions between dogs and eventually between a dog and a human. The dog was kept alive via the transfusion, and the experiment was considered a success. Several years later, cross-species transfusions were deemed unsafe. In 1818, British obstetrician James Blundell performed the first successful transfusion of human blood. Blundell's patient, a woman suffering postpartum hemorrhaging, was given a syringe full of her husband's blood. The woman lived, and Blundell became a pioneer in the study of blood transfusions. They're lucky that they were a match. They probably didn't even know that at the time. 1 unit of blood can be separated into several components: red blood cells, plasma, platelets, and cryoprecipitate, which is a substance helpful in the clotting process. In 1916, scientists introduced a citrate glucose solution that allowed blood to be stored for several days. Due to this discovery, the first blood depot was established during World War I in Britain. Nearly 16 million blood components are transfused each year in the US. If you need a blood transfusion, try not to need one in the summer or around the holidays. Shortages of all blood types happen during these times. Donating blood seems to appeal to folks with a sense of civic duty. 94% of blood donors are registered voters. Interesting. Kind of similar, we're going to do a few facts about medical leeches and maggots. Which I didn't know maggots were used medically, but let's learn about it. Maggots are nothing more than fly larvae, one of the most basic forms of life. But they can be used to fight infection in people who do not respond to antibiotics. Applied to a dressing that is made in the form of a small cage, maggots are applied to almost any area that does not respond well to conventional treatment. The maggot thrives on consuming dead tissue, a process called debridement. After several days, the maggots are removed, but only after they have consumed up to 10 times their own weight in dead tissue, cleaned the wound, and left an ammonia-like antimicrobial enzyme behind. Leeches are small animal organisms that have been used by physicians and barbers for over 2,500 years for treating everything from headaches and mental illnesses to hemorrhoids. Used extensively until the 19th century, the golden age of leeches was usurped by the adoption of modern concepts of pathology and microbiology. Heredotherapy, or the medicinal use of leeches, has enjoyed a recent resurgence after their demonstrated ability to heal patients when other means have failed. Leeches are raised commercially around the world, with the majority coming from France, Hungary, Ukraine, Romania, Egypt, Algeria, Turkey, and the United States. Leeches feed on the blood of humans and other animals by piercing the skin with a long proboscis. Oftentimes, this is the most effective way to drain a post-surgical area of blood, and it can actually facilitate the healing process. At the same time leeches attach to their host, they inject a blood-thinning anticoagulant. They continue until they have consumed up to 5 times their body weight in blood. The host rarely feels the bite because the leech also injects a local anesthetic before it pierces the skin. That's interesting. I guess that's like evolutionary to, so that the whatever they're trying to hurt, won't feel what they're doing, so they don't know. But that's pretty interesting. Alright, next we are going to do 5 myths about space. 5 myths about space. Myth number 1. There is no gravity in space. There is a difference between weightlessness and zero-G force. Astronauts may effortlessly float inside a space shuttle, but they are still under the grasp of approximately 10% of Earth's gravity. Myth number 2. Gravitational forces are powerful enough to distort a person's features. Truth. This popular notion can be traced to the fertile minds of Hollywood filmmakers. Although gravitational forces press against the astronauts, they are perfectly capable of performing routine tasks, and their faces do not resemble Halloween masks. Myth number 3. An ill-suited astronaut will explode. Another Hollywood invention. The human body is too tough to distort in a complete vacuum. The astronaut would double over in pain and eventually suffocate, but it wouldn't explode. Myth number 4. Stranded space travelers will be asphyxiated. Although the danger of being stranded in space is very real, astronauts in such a situation would not die from a lack of oxygen. Carbon dioxide in a disabled spacecraft could build up to life-threatening levels long before the oxygen ceased their coverage of the launch. However, many school children were watching to see Krista McAuliffe, the first teacher in space. Aw. And she was on it. That's terrible. Alright, this may be our last category today. It's about people, and we're going to be doing facts about Henry VIII's wives. In total, Henry VIII married 6 times. His first marriage was to Catherine of Aragon. This arrangement was pushed by Catherine and Henry's fathers. Catherine had been married to Henry's older brother Arthur for only a few months. Upon his passing, Henry was betrothed to the widow. That's crazy. In this way, the fathers were guaranteeing an ongoing union between England and Spain. It took Henry nearly a quarter of a century to end this marriage of convenience, but he was finally granted an annulment on the grounds that Catherine had once been married to his brother. The Pope refused to grant this annulment, so Henry arranged to receive it from the Archbishop of Canterbury. This severely damaged Henry's and England's relationship with the Roman Catholic Church. 3 years later, Henry closed Catholic monasteries and abbeys. Anne Boleyn, Marchioness of Pembroke, was a lady-in-waiting. Anne was an English noble, educated in France, who provided reputable servitude to Queen Catherine. During her period of personal assistance, Anne and Henry began their affair, with Henry proposing marriage roughly 6 years prior to his annulment from Catherine. Some argue that the pair did not consummate their affair until Henry's annulment was final, although others claim she was pregnant when she married. According to the theory, Anne was not so moralistic that she wouldn't engage with a married man. She had simply seen the fate that befell her sister Mary when she carried on with Henry. When Mary Boleyn finally gave in and consummated her affair with the king, she was awarded with a pink slip and sent packing. It turns out Mary was the luckier of the two, being simply sent away. Anne, on the other hand, after failing to produce a male heir, was beheaded on trumped-up charges of adultery and witchcraft. Upon Queen Anne's death, he plucked his third wife, Jane Seymour, from Anne's group of attendants. Of course, it has been suggested that Henry's interest in Jane was the true reason he had Anne killed, not the 6 fingers he accused her of having, which was seen as the mark of the devil. Unfortunately, Jane only lasted a year as Henry's wife. Although she finally brought Henry a legitimate male heir, Edward, Jane succumbed to a fever caused by childbirth complications. Henry agreed to marry Anne of Cleves for her family's advantageous political ties to both the Catholic Church and the Protestant Reformation. With the nuptials already scheduled, Henry was said to have voiced his misgivings upon finally meeting his bride-to-be. While striking in personality, Anne was not as agreeable in appearance as the king hoped. He likened Anne's visage to a horse. Wow, what a great guy he was. Although he followed through with the vows, Anne, dubbed Flanders Mare was intimately involved with many men. Soon after they wed, the king discovered that his bride was still sowing her oats with other suitors. Unsurprisingly, he had her beheaded as well. Henry's sixth and final wife, Catherine Parr, was famous for her own lengthy list of marriages. With 2 marriages before Henry and 1 after, Catherine holds the record for the most married queen in English history. Pretty cool. She is also the only one of Henry's 6 brides to make it out of her marriage alive and without an annulment. Only 4 years after their wedding, Henry died at age 55 from obesity-related complications. Catherine escaped the fates of Henry's first 5 wives and survived as a widow, free to marry one last time to Thomas Seymour, Jane Seymour's brother. And we are going to do some wacky sports injuries, which I thought sounded kind of fun. Number 1 is Red Sox pitcher Clarence Climax Blethyn wore false teeth, but he believed he looked more intimidating without them. During a 1923 game, he had the teeth in his back pocket when he slid into second base. His teeth bit his backside. Number 2. In 2004, baseball player Ryan Klesko was in the middle of pre-game stretches when he jumped up for the singing of the national anthem and pulled an oblique/ribcage muscle, which sidelined him for more than a week. Number 3. In 1927, New York Giants pitcher Fat Freddie Fitzsimmons was napping in a rocking chair when his pitching hand got caught underneath the chair and was crushed by his substantial girth. He missed 3 weeks. Number 4. After assisting on a goal in a 2004 match, newlywed soccer player Paulo Diogo celebrated by jumping up on a perimeter fence, accidentally catching his wedding ring on the wire. When he jumped down, he tore off his finger. Number 5. During a 2006 playoff game, ice hockey player Jaromir Jagr threw a punch at an opposing player. He missed, his fist slicing through the air so hard that he dislocated his shoulder. Number 6. During a publicity stunt for the Jacksonville Jaguars in 2003, a tree stump and axe were placed in the locker room to remind players to keep chopping wood or give it their all. Punter Chris Hansen took a swing and missed stretch between the end of World War II and 1998, the 10 standard tokens were battleship, boot, cannon, horse and rider, iron, race car, Scotty dog, thimble, top hat, and wheelbarrow. I was always the thimble. In 1998, a contest was begun to introduce a new token, which ended up being a sack of money. The token was retired in 2007. The horse and rider, wheelbarrow, thimble, boot, cannon, and iron have also been retired over time. A cat, penguin, rubber duck, and T-Rex were introduced as new tokens in 2013 and 2017. Hasbro conducts a worldwide Monopoly tournament at intervals. The tournament held in 2015 in Macau was won by Italian Niccolo Falcone. I clearly only have the version of Monopoly that was created in like the 70s or something, because I'm always thimble. Okay. Next we are going to do facts about the Black Plague, because doesn't that sound fun? This is in Health and Human Body. The Black Death killed 25 million Europeans from 1347 to 1353, or 1/3 of the continent's population. Europe would not regain its previous population level until more than a century and a half later. The plague is caused by the bacteria Yersinia pestis, which mainly spreads when a flea bites an infected rat or other rodent for breakfast and then bites a human for lunch or dinner, thus passing on the bacteria. The plague comes in 3 types: bubonic, pneumonic, and septicemic. Bubonic is the cover girl of the bunch, the one most people associate with the term plague. The telltale symptom of bubonic plague is buboes, infected lymph nodes on the neck, armpit, and groin. Pneumonic plague occurs when a person inhales the bacteria from someone who is infected. Cover your mouth when you sneeze has never made more sense. Septicemic plague is when the bacteria gets into your bloodstream. Septicemic plague can cause gangrene due to tissue death in extremities, like fingers and toes, turning them black. The gangrene and the black buboes and lesions all contributed to the term Black Death. The Black Death infected the lymphatic system, resulting in high fever, vomiting, enlarged glands, and in the case of pneumonic plague, coughing us like what things are called. So that should be a little more fun than, Black Death. Okay. Another word for burping or belching is eructation. The act of sneezing is known as sternutation. A hiccup is medically known as singultus. Lacrimation is the act of crying. I actually knew that because it's called the lacrimal gland. That's where tears are made. When you stretch and yawn after waking up, it's called pandiculation. The indentation above your upper lip is called a philtrum, after the Greek word for love potion. Yeah, we also learn about that in genetics, because you can have like a long philtrum or like a philtrum that's curves outward, and that's, yeah. The clinical term for your belly button is umbilicus. Excess perspiration is known medically as diaphoresis. Peristalsis refers to the muscle movements that your body takes as it digests food. Polydactylism refers to cases where people have extra fingers or toes. Deglutition is the act of swallowing. If you're undergoing reverse peristalsis, watch out. It occurs when the contractions push the food back up instead of down when you're about to vomit. Cerumen is the medical term for earwax. The front of your elbow is called the antecubitus. The back, the bony end to your elbow, is called the olecranon. Sphenopalatine ganglioneuralgia is the scientific name for brain freeze, the headache you sometimes get when you eat something cold. You guys should let me know if you want to see a whole video about like medical terms and like the names for things, because I learned so much of that in my everyday genetics, like the words for when your eyes are too far apart, or like everything that you could think of. Yeah, let me know if you want to see some sort of video about that. Next is facts about being an astronaut, in case you ever wanted to know. Skylab astronauts grew 1.5 to 2.25 inches due to spinal lengthening and straightening as a result of zero gravity. Because of the lack of laundry facilities, astronauts on missions change their socks, shirts, and underwear just every 2 days. They only change their pants once a week. It's sponge bath only for space crews. Water droplets could escape and float out, posing a danger to expensive electronics. To be safe, the astronauts step in a cylindrical stall where they have about a 1-gallon ration of water to use. The dirty water is sucked up by a vacuum and stored in a special trash tank. Water isn't part of the toothbrushing regime at all. NASA developed a unique kind of toothpaste that astronauts swish around without the need for liquid. Contrary to common perception, most garbage is sealed in bags to be brought back to Earth for disposal. It isn't just tossed into orbit. As for the other, shall we say, waste produced on board, astronauts use toilets similar to those back home. Their facilities, though, have no city's toilet uses a constant vacuum-like airflow in the bowl to keep things from floating back up in the zero gravity. Crew members also have to strap in their feet and thighs to keep themselves from floating away mid-act. To sleep, astronauts zip themselves into specially designed sleeping bags that attach to their lockers. Some crew members may also rest in removable bunk beds. Because of objects' tendency to float in space, magnets are a common commodity. Meal trays are magnetic and designed to keep forks, spoons, and knives stuck down. The food packages are adhered to the trays with strips of Velcro. That's so crazy. Okay, next we are going to do some facts about mimes. Miming began as an ancient Greco-Roman tradition. Pantomime means an imitator of nature, derived from Pan, the Greek god of nature, and mimos, meaning an imitator. The first record of pantomime performed as entertainment comes from ancient Greece, where mimes performed at religious festivals honoring Greek gods. As early as 581 BC, Aristotle wrote of seeing mimes perform. From religious Greek festivals, mime made its way to the stage. Actors performed pantomimic scenes as overtures to the tragedies that depicted the moral lesson of the play to follow. Greek settlers brought mime to Italy, where it flourished during the Roman Empire and spread throughout Europe as the empire expanded. The ancient Romans distinguished between the pantomime and mime. Pantomimes were tragic actors who performed in complete silence, while mimes were comedic and often used speech in their acts. The Roman Empire brought pantomime and mime to England around 52 BC, but with the fall of the empire in the 5th century and the progress of Christianity, both were banished as forms of paganism. The first silent mime appeared on the English stage in 1702 in John Weaver's Tavern Bilkers at the Drury Lane Theatre. It was really more of a silent ballet than silent acting. British actor John Rich is credited with adapting pantomime as an acting style for the English stage in 1717. His Italian mimic scenes combined elements of both commedia dell'arte and John Weaver's ballet. Meanwhile, mime flourished as a silent art in 18th century France, when Napoleon forbade the use of dialogue in stage performance for fear something slanderous might be said. The classic white-faced, black-dressed mime was introduced and popularized in the 19th century French circus by Jean-Gaspard de Bourreau, who was deemed too clumsy to participate in his family's aerial and acrobatics act. Mime started to fade in popularity at the beginning of the 1900s, but was revitalized with the birth of silent films. Next category is planet Earth, and we are going to do facts about North America. North America is the world's third largest landmass with an area of U.S. is the only Central American country without an active volcano. Mexico City, Mexico is the highest North American capital with an elevation of 7,349 feet. North America was first populated about 10,000 years ago when people moved across the Bering Sea between Siberia and Alaska. Bermuda is the most densely populated country in North America with 3,200 people per square mile. It's not really true because Bermuda is not a country. Bermuda is part of the UK. But maybe the most densely populated island. Groups of mountain quail native to western North America often walk up to 5,000 feet in the winter in the longest bird migration on foot. Guatemala's national bird is the quetzal. Canada is the world's second largest country with a total area of 3,855,102 square miles. The world's biggest island, Greenland, is part of North America, although it belongs to Denmark. Canada is the world's largest country that borders only one other country. Sinkholes called cenotes on Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula were sacred to the ancient Maya. Nearly 4 million people of Maya descent still live in southern Mexico and Central America. North America's longest mountain chain is the Rocky Mountains, which stretch 3,000 miles across the U.S. and Canada. Grenada, nicknamed the Spice Island, is one of the world's leading sources of nutmeg and other spices. The Panama Canal divides North and South America. The world's longest shared border is the 3,987-mile boundary between the United States and Canada. That doesn't include Canada's 1,539-mile border with Alaska. Approximately 90% of Canadians live within 100 miles of the U.S. border. Alaska's Denali, or Mount McKinley, is North America's highest point at 20,308 feet. Grant's caribou of Alaska and the Yukon Territory of North America travel up to 2,982 miles per year. Lake Superior is North America's largest lake and one of the largest freshwater lakes on the planet. Canada has up to 3 million lakes, more than all other countries combined. Bracken Cave outside of San Antonio, Texas, is the world's largest bat cave. An estimated 20 million Mexican free-tailed bats roost in the cave from March to October. The Yosemite Falls are North America's highest waterfalls, dropping 2,425 feet. Hawaii's Mauna Kea is the world's tallest mountain as measured from base to summit. Its base begins 19,685 feet below sea level. Total height estimates range from 32,700 to 33,474 feet. The Canadian Arctic archipelago consists of 36,563 islands. Canada has the longest coastline of any country in the Mississippi River runs 2,202 miles from Minnesota down to the Gulf of Mexico. An earthquake on December 16th, 1811 caused parts of the Mississippi River to flow backwards. That's cool. I always have to apologize about all of the American measurements. I'm sorry, it's all in miles and feet and everything. Yeah, I don't know. I can't help it, so I can't really change that. But okay, so next is facts about history, and the facts we are doing are about mummies. So let's talk about mummies. Ancient Egyptians might be history's most famous embalmers, but they weren't the first. In northern Chile and southern Peru, modern researchers have found hundreds of pre-Inca mummies, roughly 5,000 to 2,000 BC. The Chinchorros mummified all walks of life, rich, poor, elderly, didn't matter. One of the oldest known instances of deliberate mummification comes from a rock shelter now called Uwan Muhakiag in southern Libya, the well-preserved mummy of a young boy. Radiocarbon dating determined the age of the Tashwinut mummy, discovered there to be approximately 5,600 years old. According to Egyptian lore, the god Osiris was the very first mummy. The earliest known Egyptian mummy dates to around 3,300 BC. As Egyptian civilization advanced, professionals formalized and refined the process of mummification. Natron, a mixture of sodium salts abundant along the Nile, made a big difference. If you extracted the guts and brains from a corpse, then dried it out in natron for a couple of months, the remains would keep for a long time. During mummification, ancient Egyptians removed all internal organs except the heart. The heart was left in the body because the Egyptians believed that as the seat of intelligence and emotions, the person would need his heart in the afterlife. The canopic jars used to store a mummy's internal organs are named after the local god Canopus. Canopus is also a town in the Nile Delta region. The entire mummification process took 40 to 70 days in ancient Egypt. Many people were employed in mummification, including the embalmer, cutters, priests, scribes, servants, and other workers. In ancient Egypt, chief embalmers often wore a mask of Anubis, the god of mummification and the afterlife. Only the rich in ancient Egyptian society could afford to be mummified. Egyptians used vast amounts of linen to mummify a body. There was enough linen on one mummy from the 11th dynasty to cover 3 tennis courts. Ancient Egyptians mummified animals, including cats, jackals, baboons, horses, birds, gerbils, fish, snakes, crocodiles, bulls, and hippos. The most popular mummy in the world is likely Vladimir Lenin. Millions of people have visited his mummy in Moscow, Russia. Mummies have been found on every continent except Antarctica. The Spirit Cave mummy is the oldest mummy found in North America. Unearthed in 1940 in Nevada, the naturally preserved 9,400-year-old was shrouded in woven reed mats and a rabbit skin blanket. The oldest well is Lady Di, who died around 168 BC. Lady Di's are some of the best preserved human remains ever discovered in China. She was buried in an immense tomb in China and unearthed in 1968. Shin Zui was married to Li Kang, the Marquis of Dai and Chancellor of Changsha Kingdom in ancient China. The contents of Shin Zui's tomb revealed much previously unknown information about life in the Han Dynasty. Perhaps the most famous mummy in history is that of Egypt's boy king Tutankhamun. British archaeologist Howard Carter and his financier friend Lord George Carnarvon opened Tutankhamun's burial chamber in early 1923. 2 months later, Carnarvon was dead. His death is often offered as proof of the curse of King Tut. The inner coffin of Tutankhamun is made of solid gold, weighing 296 pounds. Pharaoh Ramses II was the first mummy to receive a passport needed for travel. His listed occupation is king. Picchu, a site near Lima, Peru, contained more than 2,200 mummies. In Victorian England, mummy unwrapping parties were popular. The host would buy one, then the guests would unwrap it. People in Victorian times also used ground up mummies for medicinal purposes. That's crazy. It does have the 7 steps of Egyptian mummification that I'll read because I think that's cool. Wash and ritually purify the body. Remove intestines, liver, stomach, and lungs. Embalm them with natron and place in jars. Stuff the body cavity with natron. Remove the brain through the nose using a hook and throw the brain away. Cover the body with natron and place on embalming table for 40 days. Wrap 20 layers of linen around the body, gluing linen strips together with resin. Then place the mummy in a protective sarcophagus and add another layer of wrapping. Pretty cool. Alright, moving on to the food and drink category, and our food and drink category today is alcohol. Alcohol facts. The name whiskey is the result of a mispronunciation of the Gaelic I can't pronounce that. Oh my gosh. Beata, which literally means water of life, and was commonly used to refer to distilled liquor. I can't pronounce that, I'm very sorry. The oldest evidence of alcoholic beverages ever found dates as far back as 7000 BC in China. The workers who built Egypt's Great Pyramids may have received their payment in beer. It takes about 6 minutes for alcohol to start affecting the brain. The Code of Hammurabi, ancient Babylon's set of laws, stipulated a daily ration of beer for citizens. Gin and tonics originated as a way to make anti-malarial medication more palatable. Sloe gin isn't gin at all. It's a liquor made with sloe berries, blackthorn bushberries. About 600 grapes go into 1 bottle of wine. Wow. As they age, white wine gets darker and red produces more wine than any country in the world, with the exception of France, Italy, and Spain. Kentucky produces all but 5% of the world's bourbon. That's nuts. Tequila has no worm in it. Mezcal does, although it's not even a worm, it's a moth larva. Early thermometers often contained brandy instead of mercury. Despite the perceived warming effects, alcohol actually lowers your body's temperature. A particularly drunken Christmas party at West Point Academy in 1826 resulted in a riot and 19 people being expelled. The incident became known as the Eggnog Riot. During Prohibition in the United States, doctors could still prescribe whiskey to patients. This loophole helped a Walgreens grow exponentially in those years. Prohibition in the U.S. created a boom for Canadian distillers, and rye, the Canadian name for Canadian whiskey, became part of the national identity. Rye is generally sweeter than bourbon and retains a worldwide following among liquor connoisseurs. The exact origin of absinthe is unknown, but the strong alcoholic liquor was probably first commercially produced around 1797. It takes its name from one of its ingredients, Artemisia absinthium, which is the botanical name for the bitter herb known as wormwood. Green in color due to the presence of chlorophyll, absinthe became an immensely popular drink in France by the 1850s. The United States banned absinthe in 1912, years before Prohibition, and it remained banned until 2007. Most Americans consider sake a Japanese rice wine, but it's actually more akin to beer. Sake also may have originated in China, not Japan. Contrary to urban legend, Jägermeister does not contain elk blood. The founder was an avid hunter, and the name Jägermeister literally translates to hunt master. What's the difference between brandy and cognac? All cognac is brandy, but not all brandy is cognac. Brandy refers to any distilled spirit made from fermented fruit juice. Cognac is a type of brandy from the Cognac region in France. Strict rules govern where the grapes must be grown and how the spirit is then produced. Tarantula brandy is a popular drink in Cambodia. The 1808 Rum Rebellion in Australia kicked out New South Wales Governor William Bligh when he got in the way of the colony's rum business, among other things. The main difference between Scotch and whiskey is geographic. Ingredients and spellings can differ too. Scotch is whiskey made in Scotland and spelled without an E, while bourbon is whiskey made in the U.S. I didn't know that. That teaches me a lot. Scotch is made mostly from malted barley, while bourbon is distilled from corn. If you ask for a whiskey in England, you'll get Scotch, but in Ireland you'll get Irish whiskey. After a Tennessee whiskey, like Jack Daniel's for example, is distilled, it's filtered through sugar maple charcoal. Cool. Alright. Next category is going to be space facts, and today's category is about Galileo. Galileo was born in physical evidence, however, it was widely rejected by authorities and leading scientists. In 1609, Galileo first heard about the invention of a telescope in Holland. Intrigued by this new invention, he set out to build his own. Galileo's designs eventually improved the telescope's magnification by as much as 30 times, fundamentally changing their use from terrestrial observation to astronomical observations. He observed and drew the mountains and craters of the moon in great detail. Galileo discovered several of the moons of Jupiter. Not everything in the solar system revolved around Earth. He observed the phases of Venus. In 1610, Galileo published a catalogue of his discoveries, the Sidereus Nuncius, which made him famous throughout Europe. Armed with his discovery of the phases of Venus, which proved that Venus was orbiting the Sun, Galileo began to publicly advocate for a heliocentric system. This was seen as a direct challenge to the Church's authority. In 1615, his writings were submitted to the Roman Inquisition. In spite of the fact that Galileo traveled to Rome to defend the theory, in 1616 the Inquisition declared heliocentrism not only foolish and absurd in philosophy, but heretical to boot. The Pope ordered Galileo to abandon heliocentrism and stop defending the idea altogether. For 10 years, Galileo complied, avoiding the controversy. When a more liberal pope came to power in 1632, he encouraged Galileo to publish an unbiased work about the arguments for and against heliocentrism. In the resulting work, Dialogue Concerning the Two Chief World Systems, Galileo instead openly advocated for heliocentrism. He was summoned to Rome and tried for heresy. Galileo maintained his innocence throughout the 6-month trial until he was threatened with torture if he did not admit his guilt and recant his beliefs. He did recant, but reportedly whispered, "And yet it moves," in a final act of defiance. Convicted of being vehemently suspect of heresy, Galileo was sentenced to house arrest, under which he would remain for the rest of his life. While under house arrest, Galileo wrote one of his finest works, Discourses of Mathematical Demonstrations relating to two new sciences. In it, he laid out his findings over the past 30 years of scientific study. The two new sciences were the motion of objects and strength of materials. They laid the foundation for kinematics and material engineering. In the same work, Galileo first proposed the idea that bodies of different masses fall at the same rate. This would be demonstrated by Apollo 15 astronauts on the moon, as well as the behavior of bodies in motion, the principal relativity of motion, and the nature of infinity. Among his numerous contributions to astronomy, Galileo was the first to observe that the Milky Way was composed of stars. The father of modern science died in 1642 at the age of 77. In 2016, the Juno spacecraft arrived at Jupiter carrying a plaque in his honor. That is very, very cool. Crazy that he was so incredibly smart and was convicted. I don't know. Okay. Next is arts and culture facts, and these are facts about dance. was the muse of dancing. Ballet began in Italy around 1500, when Catherine de' Medici of Italy married the French king Henry II. She introduced early dance styles into court life in France. From Italian roots, ballets in France and Russia developed their own stylistic character. Dancing on point became popular during the early part of the 19th century. Every time a ballerina jumps on point, 3 times her body weight falls on the tip of her big toe. As a teenager, rapper Tupac Shakur was a ballet dancer. He was a member of the 127th Street Ensemble, a Harlem-based theater company. Salsa is derived from the Spanish word for sauce, which refers to the hot and spicy flavor of the dance. Germany suffered a plague of uncontrollable dancing in 1518. The dancing plagues, or dancing manias, occurred sporadically throughout Western Europe from the 14th to 17th centuries. Victims were seized by an uncontrollable urge to dance. For unknown reasons, people danced until they collapsed from exhaustion or died. Is that true? My goodness. The film Footloose is based on a true story. An Oklahoma town outlawed dancing until local high schoolers successfully challenged the law in 1979. Lipizzaner stallions are trained to dance a grande quadrille, a ballet that involves 6 to 8 horses and riders all in step. In 1913, Kaiser Wilhelm II banned German military officers in uniform from dancing the tango. I love that that was an issue. James Brown's 1972 hit Get the Good Foot started a new dance craze called the Good Foot. Roy Castle achieved 1 million taps in 23 hours 44 minutes at the Guinness World of Records exhibition in London in 1985. Hula is the state dance of Hawaii. In the Korean fan dance, dancers use large fans painted with blossoms to create formations that represent birds, butterflies, dragons, flowers, and waves. The greatest number of consecutive fouettes on tournant is 166. Man, I could never. I can do like 8. I suck at turning. It was achieved by Delia Gray at the Harlow Ballet School's summer workshop on June 2nd, 1991. Interesting. During one of Elvis Presley's early performances, cameras would only show him from the waist up. His gyrating hips were considered shocking. The world's largest conga line consisted of 119,986 people. The record was set in Miami, Florida on March 13th, 1988. Square dance is the official state dance of Massachusetts, Mississippi, Illinois, Idaho, Oklahoma, and Oregon. The most popular ballet in the world is Tchaikovsky's The Nutcracker, first performed in 1892. Originally, rumba was a synonym for party in northern Cuba. In 1996, an estimated 72,000 people took part in the world's largest chicken dance in history at the Canfield Fair in Ohio. Michael Flatley of Riverdance and Lord of the million a week at his prime. Whoa. That's nuts. Johann Strauss II, who composed over 500 waltzes, did much to popularize the dance, but its origins trace back to the 16th century. The world's largest Charleston dance consisted of 1,096 participants, and it was achieved in Shrewsbury, UK on September 22nd, 2018. Next, we are going to do facts about popular toys and games. Bingo started sometime around 1929 as Beano. A smart entrepreneur named Edwin Lowe spotted a crowd playing Beano at a fair and ran with the idea. The first boxed Stratego set in the US came out in 1961. An ancient Chinese game called Jungle or Animal Chess very much resembles Stratego, and a French woman patented its modern incarnation in 1910. A barber from Ohio invented the popular all-ages card game Uno in 1969. Creator Merle Robbins sold Uno to a game company in 1972 for $50,000 plus royalties. Mike Marshall created the Hacky Sack, a version of the foot bag, in 1972 to help his friend John Stahlberger rehabilitate an injured leg. Enrico Rubik introduced his puzzle cube in 1974. It became popular in the 1980s, confounding millions of people worldwide with its 43 quintillion solutions. In the early 1940s, a torsion spring fell off marine engineer Richard James' desk and tumbled end over end across the floor. Since then, more than 250 million Slinkies have been sold worldwide. The Milton Bradley Company released Twister in 1966. It was the first game in history to use the human body as an actual playing piece. The Super Soaker water gun was invented in 1988 by aerospace engineer Lonnie Johnson. Silly Putty was developed in 1943 when James Wright, a General Electric researcher, was seeking a synthetic rubber substitute. Silly Putty debuted as a toy in 1950. Mr. Potato Head, with his interchangeable facial features, was patented in 1952. Mr. Potato Head was the first toy to be advertised on television. For the first 8 years, patents had to supply children with a real potato until a plastic potato body was included in 1960. Oh, parents had to supply children, not patents. I don't know why I read that wrong. Intending to create a wallpaper cleaner, Joseph and Noah McVicker invented Play-Doh in 1955. Barbie came onto the toy scene in 1959, the creation of Ruth Handler and her husband Elliot. Ruth and Elliot Handler, along with Harold Matson, founded the Mattel Toy Company. Chatty Cathy, also released by the Mattel Corporation in 1959, was the splash with 1950s era children. Betsy Betsy. Created by the Ideal Toy Company, Betsy's already open mouth would accept a liquid-filled bottle. Since 1963, when they were first introduced, more than 16 million easy-bake ovens have been sold. A light bulb provided the heat source for baking mini cakes in America's first working toy oven. Toy lovers have to salute manufacturer Hasbro for its G.I. Joe action figure, which first marched out in 1964. The 11-inch tall doll for boys had 21 moving parts. Hot Wheels screeched into the toy world in 1968, screaming out of Mattel's concept garage with 16 miniature autos. Weebles were released by Hasbro in 1971. At the height of their popularity, the Weeble family had its own treehouse and cottage. Sweet-smelling strawberry shortcake was created in 1977 by Muriel Farian for American Greetings. The company expanded the toy line in the 1980s to include Strawberry's friends and their pets. Xavier Roberts was a teenager when he launched his Babyland General Hospital during the 1970s in Cleveland, Georgia, allowing children to adopt a baby. In 1983, the Coleco Toy Company started mass-producing these dolls as Cabbage Patch Kids. All of those were like very old toys. Yeah. I don't think I've ever played with hardly any of those, but that's okay. Let's see what we are going to do next. I guess we are going to do some exoplanet facts. An exoplanet is any planet outside our solar system. There are billions of them, maybe as many as there are stars. As of January 2023, there are more than 5,295 confirmed exoplanets. Many of those planets have been discovered by TESS, the Transiting Exoplanet Survey Satellite. Most planets, as in our solar system, orbit a star. Those that do not are known as rogue, nomad, or sunless planets. The first exoplanets were discovered in the 1990s. 51 Pegasi b, a gas giant 50 light years from Earth, was discovered in 1995. It was the first confirmed exoplanet. Only a few exoplanets can be seen by telescopes. Most are determined when people spot stars getting dimmer because the planet passes in front of it, or when a star's light changes in certain ways. Exoplanets are divided into gas giants like Jupiter, Neptune-like, super-Earth, and terrestrial. Some gas giant exoplanets, including 51 Pegasi b, are larger than Jupiter. In 2017, NASA announced the discovery of 7 Earth-sized planets orbiting around a star. some facts about the Colosseum. The Colosseum was one of the greatest buildings in the ancient city of Rome, at the heart of the powerful Roman Empire. Construction began under Emperor Vespasian in 72 AD and was completed in 80 AD by his successor and heir Titus. Romans celebrated in 80 AD with 100 days of inaugural games that included the slaying of 9,000 wild animals, noonday executions, and gladiatorial brawls that usually ended in death. What a celebration. Travertine stone was used to make up much of the exterior of the elliptical building. The arena floor was made of wooden planks supported by the brick walls of the cellars underneath. Sand, which was good for absorbing blood, was scattered across the arena floor. Wild animals that fought in the Colosseum were kept in cellars underneath the floor. When it was time for the animals to appear, they were pushed into cage elevators and winched upward. There were 36 trapdoors in the floor of the Colosseum. The Colosseum had 80 entrances and could hold more than 50,000 roaring Romans thirsty for a gruesome battle. Seats near the front were for the rich and powerful, while regular people sat farther back. The emperor had his own box. There were more than 20 different types of gladiators, each with different weapons and armor. Most gladiators were slaves or criminals who trained in special schools. Bestiari fought wild animals to entertain the public. Wild beast fights usually took place just prior to fights between gladiators. Exotic animals were brought to the Colosseum from all over the Roman Empire. A secutor or chaser was a close combat fighter. His traditional opponent was the retiarius. The most lightly armed gladiator, the retiarius, had to rely on speed and agility to escape his opponent. The retiarius carried a 3-pronged spear and a weighted net. Roman audiences loved watching the retiarius fight slower, more heavily armed opponents. The hoplomachus was one of the most heavily armored gladiators, with a large helmet and thick coverings over his arms and legs. His fighting style was based on the warriors of ancient Greece. The Colosseum measures 612 feet long, 151 feet wide, and 157 feet high, making it the world's largest amphitheater. Pretty cool. Okay, next we are going to do some facts about earthquakes. Earthquakes occur when a fault where Earth's tectonic plates meet slips, releasing energy in waves that move through the ground. Earth has 16 tectonic plates. Earthquakes occur almost continuously. Fortunately, most are undetectable by humans. An estimated 500,000 earthquakes are detected in the world each year. Scientists measure earthquake magnitude based upon the amount of energy released smallest earthquake that can be felt by humans without the aid of instruments. The highest magnitude earthquake ever recorded, a 9.5, was centered off the coast in Chile in 1960. Seismographs recorded seismic waves that traveled all around Earth for days after the Chilean earthquake. More earthquakes occur in Alaska than in any other U.S. state. The San Andreas Fault, an 800-mile fracture in Earth's crust that stretches along the California coast, moves at the same rate your fingernails grow, about 2 inches per year. If that rate keeps up, scientists project that Los Angeles and San Francisco will be adjacent to one another in approximately 15 million years. Shifting tectonic plates will someday cause the Horn of Africa to break apart from the rest of the continent. Moonquakes are earthquakes on the moon. Antarctica has ice quakes, which are little earthquakes within the ice sheet. Indonesia has more earthquakes than any other country. The Loma Prieta earthquake, which struck the San Francisco area in 1989, delayed the World Series between the San Francisco Giants and the Oakland Athletics by 10 days. The most powerful tremor in U.S. history, lasting 3 minutes and measuring 9.2 on the Richter scale, struck Prince William Sound in Alaska in 1964. The December 2004 9.1 magnitude earthquake that struck off the coast of the Indonesian island of Sumatra and the tsunami that followed killed at least 230,000 people. Scientists say the tremor was so strong that the December 26, 2004 Indonesian quake wobbled Earth's rotation on its axis by almost an inch. The swimming pool at the University of Arizona Tucson lost water from sloshing caused by the 1985 earthquake in Mexico, 1,240 miles away. Alaska experiences about 60 earthquakes per day. On February 6, 2023, a magnitude 7.8 earthquake struck parts of Turkey and Syria and killed at least 57,000 people. That is a lot of people. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see. We are now going to do some Star Wars facts. receive about $165,000 for the making of Star Wars. But when production costs rose, he waived his fee in exchange for 40% of the box office returns. That, combined with a lucrative merchandising deal and his foresight into snagging creative control and full merchandising rights for the sequels, made him millions. The filmmaker who directed Scarface co-wrote the opening crawl text at the beginning of Star Wars. Brian De Palma helped pin the words, "It is a period of civil war. Rebel spaceships striking from a hidden base have won their first victory against the evil Galactic Empire." The actors who played C-3PO and R2-D2, Anthony Daniels and Kenny Baker, respectively, are the only two people credited with appearing in all 6 of the Star Wars movies. Daniels' C-3PO costume was precision engineered and fit very tightly. If he moved too much, the pieces of the suit cut into him. On the first day of shooting, walking in the costume resulted in a great many scrapes, cuts, and abrasions, a persistent problem throughout the shoot. After Harrison Ford tested for the part of Han Solo, he had the edge for the role, though early in the project, Lucas had decided he didn't want to use anyone he had directed in the past. The potential candidate list included Kurt Russell and Christopher Walken, among others. Jodie Foster and Cindy Williams auditioned for the role of Princess Leia, along with Linda Pearl, Terry Nunn, and many others. Foster and Nunn were rejected because they were under 18. The character of Luke Skywalker went through many incarnations during script development. In the original treatment for the Star Wars script, which was written